all good, but it's Overwatch nonetheless. I'll leave it with the casters. I'll see you all after the match.
All right, so we're gonna head into Coliseo momentarily, probably. Looks like we're just getting set up. So let's go back to Chicken Nugget God. I need some like more like city themed covers from him. Like definitely get some more New York songs on there. What else? What would you like to?
I'm thinking we probably want to get something from the West Coast, right? I mean, we have the East Coast now. We need the West Coast.
There's some good songs about like LA, right?
Surely. I can't think of any off the top of my head. But surely.
There's definitely some. You've got probably like LA, maybe like San Francisco. I don't know what other. Nobody's written songs about like Phoenix or Portland, right? Like
yeah. But anyways, as we are getting into this match, it looks like Midtown Jets opening up on a run-based composition, Frontier, on the creative Orisa with the new hero Kiriko.
Ooh, I love seeing some Kiriko played in our first match. Looks like both teams gonna opt on the Genji. Genji, very, very good pick right now. Seeing a lot of success as Cam is gonna get the spear. Oh my god, just deletes Kylo Ren. Absolutely fantastic. Coming out from Cam, that's gonna open up so much for Frontier right here. They're gonna be able to push forward. Kylo Ren not coming back. Wi-Fi going down as well.
Spear.
Oh my god. Cam is going ham on this Orisa.
The third spear goes in with the spin, looking to just take out the Lucio. That's going to be a quick and easy first fight.
Wow. Cam showing us all how it's done on the new Orisa. Fantastic play from him. And it looks like Pandemonium getting a little in there.
I mean,
now they retreat.
You saw how aggressive that Cam could be on that Orisa. They just can't die. Half their HP is armor. They get their fortify on cooldown. Their spin on cooldown. You just can't kill them, and now they just have to back up. But they're just not gonna die because of the speed. Except Wi-Fi if he hits a massive railgun.
Oh, can he get a second here? He's looking for it, but Frontier is going to back up. They don't have the speed anymore, and they don't have those AoE heals, so Kylo Ren is going to dash in, gets the kill on a Dab Master, and now Frontier might have flown a bit too close to the sun, gotten a bit too far up as Midtown Jets take this second fight here that teleport away, leaving Frontier with their Kiriko. And now Frontier is going to come back in. They got some ultimates to work with, looking to set up this fight.
Yeah, I'm really looking for Wi-Fi right now, just standing on the cart, looking to get that overclock on. But there's the window from Butters, opening up the fight.
Okay, Dabmaster gets the first pick onto Sherb. Frontier charging back. Wi-Fi is keeping them at bay with that Sojourn ult, but look at all these ultimates Frontier has to work with. Butters already dead. They might not even need these. Oh, Signet just dies trying to charge out. Wi-Fi going to go down next, does not even get an exit frag here, so... Oh, look at where the bot is as well. Panda pushed that bot so far down. Gonna give Frontier so much time to work with here.
Yeah, and I was going to say that they're gonna have maybe another fight to recontest before the lead's taken. But now they can just push the bot for free. That push from Panda, getting the bot really close to the aggressive. There's the beat to go in. Blades out as well. Oh my god, Kylo.
Oh, he finds one. Signet is going to go in. Is he going to shatter? He's going to wait for Cam to drop that ultimate. Then the shatter's going to come in. Doesn't find anyone. That's a little...
That's the Terror Shatter interaction right there.
You know... Oh, he gets the pin, though! Alright, redeemed.
Yeah, don't ignore the Shatter, ignore the Terror Surge. That's what really counts. The pin onto the back line. And now he can just walk up really aggressively. Looking to take these stairs, just pressure the high ground, make sure that Cam can't really push him.
Yep, so, and Midtown Jets are going to take the lead on Coliseo on this push here. So, with this back and forth, Midtown is coming up ahead. Signet just sort of swinging away, setting up this fight here for his team. Frontier are going to be the ones to push in with that Kiriko ult. They find one onto Butters. Can they find any more? Signet dropping as well. Wi-Fi does find that counter pick, but it's too little, it's too late. Oh, Kylo Ren with a nice save. Is Sherb going to be able to get out?
He can. That's insane.
That's wild.
Sherb getting out means that Midtown Jets are going to get another contest right before the bot can get out, because Sherb can speed everyone back. They're going to come in with this overclock. I'm expecting them to open the fight with window first, get their cooldowns out, and then overclock after. But here they are already at the midpoint, just forcing them back already.
Yeah, but we're going to see if Wi-Fi with this ultimate can get something done. Finds a pick on a size of Jeff. Doesn't even need to pop the ultimate. That window is enough. So Panda sprinting back, going to try and save Cam. Cam already down to half health. Might be taken down here. Signet going way aggressive. He is in deep. He's getting the fire strike. Gets out as well. Butters and Signet, just a dynamic duo here, and the lamp coming in to save Signet as well as Wi-Fi gets pushed almost to that mid-cap point. And now the blades coming in from Dabmaster. Doesn't find anything, but the rest of the team is working here. Laser goes down, but that will probably be Frontier's only loss as they look to clean up the rest of this fight. Signet backing out, gonna decide just stall in the cart. And that is enough. As long as they don't lose any more here, they should have a good setup for the next fight.
Yeah, and I think what was really important in that fight, right, is that you have Wi-Fi just sitting on the point trying to get to that butt scratch checkpoint. Frontier, they just ignore Signet that's swinging on the stairs in front of the bridge and go commit to point. I think that's really important there, because you just negate the Reinhardt and you can just go straight to the point. Kylo Ren does find the early pick on the Dabmaster.
Panda's hiding for this beat, it looks like. Cam, oh, but the shatter comes down from Signet. It's a nice shatter too, takes Cam down, and now it's just a scrappy little brawl on the point. Frontier running away, trying to set up for another fight, trying not to stagger here, as they come back with 4 big ultimates to use, but Midtown Jets, they got the blade, they got the window, they got the beat, they are all set.
Yeah, you're looking at a 4 ults versus 3 ults situation, but they also have to worry about touching the point. It's right there by the checkpoint. If they don't get that, that's going to be a huge boon to Midtown. There's the fight opening.
Oh, Cam pushing someone off, maybe? And doesn't look like they get it, but... Oh, sure. Oh, Panda with the double boop! Oh my god, what an incredible play. And Frontier can probably just win off the back of that.
What a boot from Pandemonium. That saved the fight, I think, because... You saw that the window came out. There was the beat to counter. And Kylo Ren was looking for that blade. I could feel it in my bones. And then Panda just pulls out a boop out of nowhere, gets 2, cleans up the fight immediately. And that's what you need if you're Frontier. Just strong support plays from Pandemonium, Seismic Jet.
Yep, and it looks like Cam is trying to get really aggressive here, but Dabmaster is just picked off in the back, doesn't even have time to use the blade. Kylo Ren trying to find a little bit more, but the blade kind of useless. They just speed, beat away, and Frontier now is going to look to go back in. Laser finds a nice pick on a Kylo Ren. All right, evening up this fight here. Can Laser get another one? Can he find the kill onto Wi-Fi? He's trying. They're dip, duck, diving, dodging. Don't find anything, and now Frontier backing up ever so slightly, but Signet with a big shatter.
He capitalized off of it though, and I don't think he can. The lamp's forced early. Dabmaster coming in with the clutch blade to clean it up. That's gonna be the fight.
Frontier is finally going to get this bot push that they need. Finally, they might be able to take the lead here.
Kylo gets out. What clutch movement from him using that deflect early. Signet charging back onto the point from the high ground. Will he get the support?
Just trying to stall this out. Gets lamped, but dies anyway to the Terra Surge. Terra Surge kills.
The game.
Oh, Cam finds a second one onto Kylo Ren. Cam doing so much work here for the team. These spears are hitting today.
And with that, they're going to get the lead and also the checkpoint. This is really important. They also just have the Kitsune Rush and the Overclock coming up soon. It looks like Frontier might be able to just sweep this next fight as well. Unless Midtown Jets with their window, with their Overclock, can make something happen.
Yeah, Frontier are just... They're in such a good spot. If they win this fight, then they can just cruise to this map win. And Signet already getting soloed. The lamp is forced out. Dabmaster falls, though. And with Laser dying as well, that is both the Frontiers DPS down. It's just the supports. Oh, Cam!
spin off the high
Cam
ground.
finding, oh my god, finds an environmental kill with the Orisa. Sherb and Panda fighting it out on point here. Lucio 1v1s, my favorite 1v1s. But Cam doing so much, that spear just pushing them away. And now Seismic Jeff trying to get this kill. The teleport away, keeping Cam alive. Cam doing so much. That Fortify does so much to keep your Orisa alive. Oh, Signet.
Wait, Sig!
Sig gets
No
the pin
way!
off the map!
Sig gets the pin off the map. That's actually massive because now Midtown can come back in. Look at their Lucio. They're back. They're already back. They can take this fight. They just have to find one pick.
Oh, but Kylo Ren can't go down here. Dabmaster is going crazy. Finding two. Can he find the third? No, he's just going to chill. They're going to push the card a little bit here. They know they have Blade. They've got Beat. Frontier has all the tools they need to win this. And Butters swapping to that Ana, going to try and get a big purple to open up these fights here. Is it going to be enough, especially with that Kiriko cleanse?
Well, you saw that they had to back up because Cam went down early, but there's
Oh,
the
a big
shatter,
Signet
there's the
shatter.
beam engage.
Cam with the Terra Surge, dropping it at the last minute here. Signet going down, dropping. Kylo Ren trying to make something of this Blade, but time is running out on the Blade. Time is running out on this map for the Midtown Jets. Dabmaster just cleaning up. Cam walking forward. The Battle Cattle wins map 1.
Battle Cattle pulls it out in the end. I mean, I just think that Seismic Jeff on the Kiriko living forever, keeping Cam alive enough to get their Fortify, that was really what was the clutch part of that last fight at the corner there. Otherwise, I mean, Cam probably dies, you can't really fight there. Jeff goes down early.
Clutch boop.
Yeah, this boop as well.
That was
Just
so good.
All around star performance from the support line in that last map, I think. I don't think that they can
No
win
way,
if they
my
don't
cam
get
is
those
on.
big things.
Yeah,
Hi,
I wasn't
Mustard.
Hi, Mustard.
That was a map. That was a map. I mean, like, Orisa, just the general community consensus before this, right? Not that great. Just ignore the horse, blah, 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 right? Cam, just proving that you can't do that. You can't just
Hard
leave
to
it.
ignore
You
a
can't just
horse
leave the
that
thing
can run
alone.
into your Ryan.
Yeah, I just want to bring up some of the match stats here. Cam on Frontier had the most damage on his team, had 36 elims, only 4 deaths. Like, this was just crazy. And with
Most damage out of anyone in the lobby, actually.
yeah,
9.4K.
Most damage, most of limbs, like most actually not most assists aside from supports. I mean,
Aside from
and
support.
with I mean, I think one of the reasons Orisa was such a good pick here is because, like, Kiriko and Lucio aren't huge single target healers. They're not like your Ana or your Baptiste that's going to pump out healing. But Orisa with the Fortify, your healing goes so much further because every point of healing that you're healing a Fortified Orisa is basically doubled because she's taken, half damage from
yeah,
attack.
I mean,
So
you're basically doubling your effective health pool with that Fortify, and so
it's
it'll
a
really
it's a free anti-nade if you think about it.
yeah.
a
I
free
mean,
nade.
it really allows your Kiriko, your Lucio to do a lot more, focus more on pocketing their DPS, going on flanks, teleporting or speeding out afterwards. So I think the Orisa pick is actually kind of ingenious from Cam, but I'm really interested to see how they go about this next map. It's Parisia, so it's completely different play style compared to Calicia.
Yeah, that's true. Like Paraiso has been known for just being a map of a lot of choke points, especially the first point. That first objective defense is pretty hard to crack at times, given like there's not a lot of ways to enter, and then you still gotta push the cart, right? It's not a map known for getting full completions, so and given the verticality of it, it is a lot more difficult to play Orisa because the high grounds matter a lot more in this map than say than it mattered in Coliseo, right? So it will be interesting, actually. Like, I want to see it. I want to see if Cam can do it, but I mean, if anything, there might be some substitutions coming in. For those unfamiliar, BPL, when you join the league, we want you to play. We don't want you to just be on the sidelines. If you're available every available player does have to play at least one map in each match. So we'll likely see some substitutions coming in here if the players are available.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Hyper coming in for Signet, Zizzy coming in for Sherb, and then on the side of Midtown, or I'm sorry, on the side of Frontier, let's take a look. You've got
Gonna be Street coming in for Cam, and then Silvertall's probably coming in for Epsilon.
Yeah, that's what it would look like. We'll see which players are actually available and what swaps do happen. But coming into Pariso next, I feel like kind of a Sigma comp, like a Poke comp, would work really well. And honestly, I think Orisa could work well too, just because she does have a little bit longer range. She's not like a Reinhardt that needs to be up close, up next to them. You can be a little bit more poke, a little bit more spam before you take those fights. But we'll see what Midtown does. It looks
I'm more so expecting, and I'm seeing what I'm expecting right now. Diva compositions, Winston compositions. Maybe if we're feeling a little frisky, we can pull out the Zarya. I'd love to see a Zarya. But, I mean, what Frontier is playing is the generally considered one of the best comps in the current meta. This Ana Zen backline, lots of pressure, lots of angles. The Diva to just hold space and just bum rush down as support. I'm really interested in seeing how Frontier play this. But on the other side, Midtown Jets opting for the Monkey. Definitely an interesting pick.
Yeah, I think this dive comp could work out decently well for them. They really, really have to get on this backline ASAP and not let the Diva just boop them away and control that space. As we see, Midtown Jets are actually taking a ton of space here. Frontier is backing way up. They're giving up basically all the way back to the point.
Yeah, and you can already see Midtown Jets just taking the split angles, looking to just collapse in on both sides. They do commit onto the right side though, trying to take that room and force out the Diva. And they are able to force Hyper out just a tiny bit, but not enough to make a big difference. But they are now looking to jump on the point.
Oh, Street gets taken down though, and that's a ton of your dive. Can Dabmaster get this pick? No, he has to actually back away as Frontier is successfully defending. They just backed up to that high ground overlooking the point and used that to get their assault. And Panda finally goes down. So really, really good defense from Frontier there. They backed up, let Midtown Jets use all their cooldowns to get in, and then Frontier were able to turn it around.
And I mean, that's what's powerful about this Diva composition. You have to force so many resources just to get in, and then you have to get in and do damage. It's one of the strengths of this composition. You also see Wi-Fi swapping over to that Sombra, looking to just force even more cooldowns as Frontier are looking to jump in. They do take the flank angle though, which is really interesting.
Yeah, so really, really good from a nice leap, and Dabmaster is able to clean that up. So it looks like Frontier might be able to take this, just have to take down the Diva as well, but Hyper's flying around. Hyper's doing so much damage here. Can he find Streetlord? Streetlord goes down, and
the Genji's back.
Oh, Midtown Jets, they might be able to make this work. They held, they didn't even give up a tick.
They did give up a tick. Panda does find the eventual pick on the Kylo Ren, but Hyper finding 3 in that very scrappy surprise attack fight from Midtown Jets. That's what you need to be seeing from this Diva on this defense. That those big plays that just holding down the space, holding down the point. But because they lost so many, Frontier looking to come back in early.
Oh, Streetlord finds the backline with that Nano, with that Primal, and Kylo Ren trying to get something out of this blade, but is going to find nothing as Streetlord takes down a third. Streetlord and Dabmaster with a beautiful dive, backed up by just the Primal, actually. Didn't even need to commit the Nano, didn't need to commit the Blade or the Sojourn ult. So really, really strong from Frontier there. Finally, we're able to take the space and jump on the backline of Midtown Jets.
Yeah, but here's where things get difficult, right? You're looking at this high ground surrounded by these walls that you can just sit in and poke from a distance. Frontier opting to swap to the Zarya. This is really interesting. I did not expect it to see on this point.
Ah, this is what you wanted, the Zarya.
This
is
what
what you've been waiting for.
But maybe not on the objective that's best for her. I mean, all the high grounds, it makes it really difficult to actually reach the enemy team. There's the EMP, that's actually massive. Gets 3.
Gets 3, but none of them die. There's just no follow-up from Midtown Jets. They aren't in position. They aren't able to jump on and collapse. And now Frontier is coming back. Dabmaster slept up, bubbled, but it's not enough. Sherb takes him down with a right click. So Frontier have lost that Blade win con. Kind of have to back up, reset, wait to take another fight here.
Yeah, and I think thinking about that EMP, right, it looked like Wi-Fi was looking to set up, but got forced out of him because of how much damage he took. So, obviously not the most wanted engage. Kylo Ren does find an early pick on the Pandemonium, but there's the Nano Blade.
Oh, Nano Blade hacked up, bursts the trance, there's nothing you can do. Still finds the Ana, though. Still finds that important pick, even through all that, but, you know, it's not enough. That was the only kill they had. Didn't have enough pressure, and Midtown Jets, that diva is going crazy. Wait. Huh? Kylo Ren? Huh?
I mean, sometimes those things just sort of happen, but I want to go back to the Zarya. I think on those first few attacks, you really saw the failings of the Zarya. I mean, your diva could just fly up onto that high ground, just chill for a bit, get healing, then drop back down. Your Zarya is constantly taking that frontline pressure, but now that they have a more flat area, they can really look to play. There's the grab, only finds 1.
Yeah, can they get the second? They don't even get the armor down on that diva, but Laser finds an opening pick onto Sherb. Beat comes through from Frontier. They're going to run forward, try and kill this Ana in the back line, and meanwhile melt the entire front line of Midtown Jets. The nano onto that Genji is just not going to be worth it. Not going to find a single kill. Really, really good aggression there from Frontier. Recognized their opportunity and took it.
Yeah, and now we have Midtown Jets in front. Midtown Jets swapping over to that Zarya. Looking to play a little bit slower though because they still have the Zenyatta. Frontier Sombra coming up close on EMP. Wi-Fi does find the early pick on the Panda though. I'm really looking to see Hyper and Street Lord match each other on the Zarya pick. Just force out enemy bubble cooldowns and then look to use their own bubbles to get in. So far, it looks like they're trading 1-for-1 on bubbles. There's the second bubble. There's the EMP. That's actually 5.
A huge EMP and a huge blade to go with it. Finds 2. Looking for Panda. Is going to get that. Oh, a nice deflect to get that kill.
Might be a completely new game, but EMP Blade, always a tried and true combo. And you saw how effective it worked there, getting rid of 40% of the enemy's current health pool, and then going in for that slash dash, you're guaranteed at least 1 kill.
Yep, and we see Midtown Jets kind of... They don't really have many ults to work with here now, so we're probably going to see a big engage coming out of Frontier. I'm waiting for that monkey to jump up, that nano to come in.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, that nano. You can even use the EMP. It looks like Dabmaster is trying to look for it. Oh, that hacked on the Wi-Fi. That might actually get the kill.
That's
They
huge.
actually do get the kill, but they have to trade silver tiles.
Was it worth it? It might be now. Hyper is down to Laser is cleaning up these kills. Wow, so Frontier didn't even have to use any ults there.
That's actually massive. You see Hyper stepping too forward there, having to force both their bubbles out early. That's why Zarya is so difficult right now, though, especially into these comps that Frontier are playing. You take one step too aggressive, both bubbles are forced out, you're a sitting duck.
Yeah, Zarya's bubbles are her lifeblood, so you really, really need to use them as best you can. And now Nano coming in. Laser already popped the ult. Wi-Fi is not going to get a kill here. It's Hyper that goes down, and Dabmaster finding another one. Laser finally taken down, but it's too little, too late. Kylo Ren trying to get some kills here, trying to stem this aggression from Frontier. Oh, it just pushed into the corner. Dabmaster getting those final kills.
And they finish with 1.4 seconds in the bank as well. That's so critical, especially on these hybrid maps. You need to finish with time, otherwise you're just going to be in a draw situation.
Yeah, I just want to bring up some of these damage stats here. Hyper and Kylo Ren are both sitting pretty at about 5,500 damage. Wi-Fi sitting down with 3.7, and obviously on the Sombra, you're not going to be doing as much damage. You're kind of running around, setting up plays. You're sort of a hit and run kind of character. But like if we look at Frontier, like their supports are doing more damage. Panda is running around like crazy. We see sort of a more even damage profile from the tank and the 2 DPS. So I think Frontier is sort of making the Sombra work a little bit better. Wi-Fi seemed to have some inconsistent hacks or EMPs, whereas I think Dabmaster was doing a bit better job of getting hacks in that the team could follow up on.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but I think also something that's really important to note is that Butters sitting at 6.1k healing versus Silvertall's 5.6. That means that Midtown Jets are taking a lot more damage, getting their resources forced out a lot earlier. So I think they need to be looking to mitigate damage a bit more, take things a bit slower this round.
Yeah, maybe playing behind some better cover. Oh, Dabmaster gets a kill on a Wi-Fi and then is just immediately taken down. That was a really, really fast trade, but I think that favors Midtown Jets. Oh, and Butters gets a second.
Butters, we're going the healing aspect of Honor straight for the damage. This is allowing Midtown Jets to go super aggro. You can see them already looking to set up on this Lucia.
Oh, Panda needs to get out of there. It gets out with a sliver of HP as Street Lord finds Sherb, but I think Midtown Jets is just going to take this right away. That was an incredibly quick attack. Frontier might be able to recontest, but they might decide it's just not worth it.
I mean, when you get picked twice by an enemy team's Ana, there's not much you can do there, right? You kind of just have to give up so much space, so much pressure is lost, that Midtown Jets just easily walked in, took this aggressive fight. And something I want to note about Midtown Jets comp right now, they're playing 2 flankers, the Genji and the Tracer, which means that Frontier has to play really tight, look to just hold their bubbles, peel for the backline, and not much of that happened there.
Yeah, and we can see the immediate impacts of that. Silvertall is flipping over to that Baptiste, a bit better at peeling for themselves with the lamp and with the shift, so definitely a direct reaction to what Midtown Jets are doing.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Street Lord to use these bubbles defensively, bubble their backline when they get dove. Here's the dive starting to get set up. You can see the flankers going on this high ground flank across the edge. The deflect comes out early though, and the dash, but there's one bubble. That's what you need.
Oh, Nano Boost onto that Diva as Hyper rips through the back line of Frontier, finds Silvertalls, gets a second onto Laser. That Diva is just going wild. There's nothing Street Lord can do. The dive executed perfectly from Midtown Jets here, as they're probably just going to be able to cap this. I don't think Frontier is going to have a good recontest.
Yeah, they're going to be going into third point with, what, 5.5 minutes? That's actually massive. There's the recontest though. Silvertalls goes down early. Laser does trade onto Butters, so it's an even 1-for-1 right now.
Yep, getting the trades. Dabmaster taken down, and I think that might be it. And nothing left in the tank for Frontier.
8.5 minutes.
Whew. That is a huge time bank.
We've skipped the 112. We've skipped the 111. We're looking at a 110 right now. Midtown Jets just rolling through first and second point. Not even resistance from Frontier.
Diva is just incredibly powerful, and Street Lord is finally building up that first grab. Just has not been able to get energy and get anything done with it because these dives are coming in so quickly, so aggressively from Midtown Jets, and we're just seeing a setup for now. But now the dive is coming in with that blade. Kylo Ren gets the beat forced out from Pandemonium. But Frontier have so many ults to work with, they can stem this aggression, go back. Dabmaster coming in with the blade, gets bubbled up. Doesn't find anyone yet. The big stick from Wi-Fi, so it's actually Street Lords that goes down. Laser finds the first pick, gonna try and find some more with that ultimate, is shooting away, but doesn't seem to find anybody yet. Ultimate runs out.
Bad Master does such a good job of living during that entire fight, just jumped around the point, danced around, finds Butters as well. What a key movement from Dab Master, keeping that fight alive for Frontier.
Yeah, so finally Frontier gets a really, really good fight for them, and it leaves them in a really solid position for this next fight. They've got the window, they've got the grab, they are ready to go.
You can see Dab Master again, just sitting on the point looking for the contest. The D.Va flies away. Oh my god, Hyper! You are so smart.
That was such a great eat, and Hyper has the ult, got nanoed up, got to do a ton of damage there. Street Lord not able to get away, gets glocked down by Hyper on this D.Va. Hyper is just doing so much for this team right now.
I mean, and that's what makes D.Va so good right now. You can just bait out enemy cooldowns, enemy ultimates even, so easily, and then immediately just fly back and take care of them. That's what happened with that Graviton Surge there. Now, Frontier in panic contest mode. The Doomfist coming out, laser swap into the Reaper, but there's no touch. We're looking at a 4-minute and 7-second time bank compared to a 1-minute time bank.
Score.
That is brutal. Having to hold for that long, and like, you get attack first, so you can see sort of how far you have to hold, but having to hold for that long is just, it's so rough.
It's so difficult. I mean, it's not even just like mechanically how difficult it has to be. It's just like hold for 4 minutes if you don't cap first. But mentally, think about it. Your Frontier, right now, what's going through their heads is, we just got steamrolled on our defense. We have to make something happen or else we're going to lose this map. And that's so mentally draining. You have to be able to keep your head in the game and focus on just what's happening instead of what happens.
Yeah, something I want to point out, Hyper only has 4 deaths right now, this whole map, which is actually just incredible. D.Va is just so
D.Va
beefy,
moment.
so survivable. Like, you can just get out of any situation. You have such great damage mitigation with your defense matrix.
Yeah, and you see that Frontier opting for that D.Va, they're seeing the benefits of it. So we're going to have a full-on D.Va v D.Va brawl. I'm really looking for Street Lord to just mark Hyper, don't let him be as aggressive as before. Enable your DPS to take those angles by marking Hyper.
Yeah, so we're going to see Frontier is going to try and set up for these dives again, going to look for a hack, maybe a hack onto that D.Va. No, doesn't even get the hack off.
They're just poking on this high grounds for now. They are able to get under
finally
the
gets the hack
bridge.
onto the D.Va. Can they burn this D.Va mech down? They can, finally. The big threat taken out.
What a key pick, and it seemed like Hyper just wasn't able to get the defense matrix online in time. That's so important. Getting this first point, especially with that 1-minute time bank, you're going to be able to get a little bit like halfway through second maybe, especially because of overtime respawns. And you also get a lot more ultimate charge. Look at Laser sitting at a comfortable 51% to that EMP. Meanwhile, Wi-Fi is swapping over to the Tracer.
Yep, and Street Lord just going to reset over here. So Laser is actually showing why Sombra is so good right now. The hack is just incredible, especially the damage bonus. You can burn through targets really easily, especially a big fat one like D.Va.
And you can see that because Street Lord had to reset and get their mech back, Midtown Jets are able to take this really aggressive fight right under the bridge. And they are able to find one early, so that's going to be really important. Silvertals does take
big
out
purple.
And the sleep.
Okay. One down. Raid boss down. Silvertals stay alive. Does not manage to stay alive. Wi-Fi taking him down. So now Street Lord has to get something done. Has to survive on here long enough for the team to come back. Oh, don't run on the pulse bomb.
The pulse bomb comes out clutch. The sleep deflect onto Butters though.
Oh, has to get
they
back.
Have to get the touch.
To the wait.
Versus a blade.
Kylo ran with the big blade.
Kylo found 3 on the blade.
Wait, does Kylo survive? Kylo does not survive. It's just Silvertall's Hyper coming back. Okay.
What a chaotic fight. I mean, Dabmaster dives onto the backline, gets the sleep deflect onto Butters, and has to manage to finish it out. Meanwhile, on the point, Kylo finding 3 with the blade and then finds a 4th right after. I mean, that's what you need to be seeing from your flex DPS, especially in such a flanker heavy meta right now.
Yeah, Kylo Ren just went wild there at the end. I mean, completely saved that fight for Midtown Jets. If that was a loss, then Frontier probably steamrollers their way to possibly capping second. But now the cart is stuck right underneath, right basically with no progress at all. Look at where that little yellow box is.
The golden box of victory sitting right outside the point. You're looking at 1-2 fights maybe if you're lucky, versus 4 minutes and 7 seconds. This is going to be so difficult. And something I just want to highlight again about Kylo Ren. He's currently sitting at a nice, comfortable 11.5k damage. Most in the lobby by over 1,000. That's what you need to be seeing, and that's what we saw in that last round.
Yeah, you really need your flex DPS to be doing so much work in this meta. We're seeing Kylo Ren come out on the Widow, going to look for another pick here, but there's nobody hanging around. They're wise to his tricks.
I mean, even if there's no one sitting there, it's still a good idea. I mean, okay, well, Laser does get a bunch of damage, forces Kylo's attention, delays the push by a tiny bit. But you see, Frontier having to give up so much space just to maintain point control. This is so bad.
Yeah, they couldn't set up on the high ground there. Street Lord is already being burned down, has to heal up a little bit, but Hyper, oh, what a great hack coming in from Laser. Just repeating that same process. Let's hack the Diva, let's burn her mech down, and that's really how you have to handle her.
That's one fight one. And that's what you need, but you're just looking at one fight at a time. Hyper going a little bit too aggressive on the Diva, getting punished for it. Swapping over to the Monkey though, so we're looking at more commit dives, less poking. And I'm really interested to see how they do it. Are they going to do the same thing they did before and wrap around coast?
Yeah, I think they're probably going to want to get Butters that nano ASAP. Just try and nano someone up here. Oh, Panda taken down. They don't even get Hyper. They finally do get Hyper, but the backline of Frontier just crumpled under that dive from Midtown Jets, and now Kylo Ren just has free reign, going to kill that Sombra, going to take down Street Lord, and oh no, now Frontier, they just have one.
Well, that pick from Dadmaster is so key though, right? You might be able, you're not able to get a recontest there, but you are going to be able to get a contest on the point before it reaches that golden box of victory. And at the end of the day, that's what's important, the box of victory. You need to be able to stop the point before it reaches there, but it's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, so now Kylo Ren kind of diving in. It looks like he's going to try and set up for a blade here, but Frontier wisely playing a little bit back. Going to have to really touch that point here. There's only 4.5 left. Oh, Hyper with a big dive. Kylo Ren with the blade, the nano blade even coming up. The bomb does not even matter. Panda, only one left alive, is not able to touch cart. Midtown Jets.
Sweeping ever since that first attack, or their first defense, they just swept the entirety of Frontier over and over again. That's what you're needing to look for if you're looking to get this reverse sweep in this first to two format. You need to make those big plays on that second point, and it felt like Midtown Jets just had the idea. They just had the plans in mind.
Yeah, I mean, but also if we look at the scoreboard, obviously Kylo Ren just stepped it up towards the back half of this map. Played incredibly well. Was just dominating the lobby, and really Frontier was having a hard time keeping up. I think the Diva pick from Hyper was really good. And then when it wasn't working, when he was just getting hacked and burned off cooldown, he said, "Okay, what's a better way to handle that?" And the team said, "You know what? We're just going to switch to Monkey. We're going to do harder commit dives." And they really committed on those dives and just deleted the backline of Frontier.
I mean, Gorilla Emo, Blue Sphere, this will protect us. That's how Monkey works. You just dive in, put down the bubble, cut off LOS from your backline to the front line, and then just focus on burning that backline down. But something I want to note, and something that I noticed on Frontier's first defense, when they were playing that Zarya, on that second point especially, I said it before, into double flanker, you're going to be needing to play tighter as a core and saving your bubbles and your peel for your backline. And it felt like Street Lord was always just a bit too aggressive, too forward, focusing too much on that frontline brawl, and it let the flankers from Midtown Jets just get really aggressive, throw themselves onto the backline, and the support from Street Lord from the rest of the team would just be too late because they were just too aggressive. And I think that was what was key to that 4-minute, 7-second attempt.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. I think Midtown Jets showed that they're a lot more flexible than we initially considered, which I'm very happy to see from them. Hyper showing he can be an elite diva, can play the Zarya really well, and still played the monkey, made it work. So really, really good showing from Midtown Jets there. And now we're going to go over to
Busan.
Busan.
I'm really interested to see how these teams play Koth. It's going to be our first look in BPL at Koth with these new overtime rules where if it's 99 on the other team and it flips, just like that, game's done. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that changes things. I'm personally not a big fan of it, but it does force some interesting decision making now that it's in the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to echo you on the not my favorite change. It's a little, and it definitely feels really bad when it happens. But we'll see. We'll see if the teams remember that, especially in the heat of the moment. My bold pred for this map is that it's going to end in that situation.
Yeah, I can see that happening. C9 in my BPL A League, more likely than you think. But we're starting on this mecha base, so we're going to probably be seeing a lot more brawl-style compositions. Cam coming back in to play that tank role. But Midtown Jets not changing too much.
Yeah, it looks like Midtown Jets are keeping Hyper in on their tank, and actually they've got Sherb in as well. Frontier switching out. They're back to map 1 lineup. Both teams going to be playing the Zarya actually, just with some different DPS lines.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how they utilize this Reaper. I think it's a really good pick in the right circumstances. Meanwhile, Frontier opting for this Lucio Kiriko hyper aggro composition, forcing resources, immediately jumping in, lots of survivability. I'm really interested to see how Seismic Jeff plays it though. You have to be really good with your primary fires to get this off.
Yeah, and we see Frontier's already going down. The cleanse forced from the Kiriko, but Kylo Ren dies to a nice pick from Laser, and that's just going to let Frontier walk forward, do what their comp wants to do, press the W key, go straight into Midtown Jets, already capping the point.
And that's the strength of this Kiriko, right? You can nullify all damage for 1 second, but as I say that, you can't nullify damage from Hyper. Full charge, just beaming down 2 players on Midtown Jets, or on Frontier, and that's just going to be the easy reflip, only 15% built from Frontier.
Yeah, wow, what a fight flip there from Midtown Jets. Hyper just getting supercharged up and deleting the entirety of Frontier. Both these teams are going to have grabs ready. We're going to see who uses their first. Oh, Hyper looks like a good opportunity. No. So
that
they're
window
just going
used a little bit too early. They weren't ready to walk. Frontier wasn't ready to walk out yet. So they just sped back out, went the other way. Here's the grabs coming out. First grab forced out, Lamps coming out after. There's the next grab, the Kiriko's cleanse coming out. There's the Kiriko ultimate. It's just a mess in this small room, tiny Overwatch.
Yeah, Hyper finding the 3rd kill there, and we saw right there, Lamp is better than Kiriko cleanse. when it comes to Grav versus Grav. But, oh, did Midtown Jets make a mistake? Are they pushed up a little too far? Frontier is going to run forward, sprint forward with that Lucio amp. Not going to find anybody on Midtown Jets, though. So Midtown Jets doing a really, really good job of making sure nobody gets caught out. Okay, beat forward.
The counter beat coming out and the overclock on the off angle. This is so smart from Frontier. Look at how they're playing this. They just come out and just throw themselves into the point with that counter beat. Second beat always wins is the usual mantra of these Rust style competitions.
Yep, and now Frontier, they almost have this Reaper ult, but Midtown Jets are the ones that are going to have it first. We're going to see if Kylo Ren can get any value from it in this kind of rush versus rush situation. Frontier knows Midtown Jets are rotating. One bubble used from Hyper, huge nade. Kylo Ren finds so much value with that Reaper ult, going forward, finding more, is maybe going to take down Laser in the back line. Is going to find this kill. Can he get it? Yes, he can.
So with Size Project swapping onto this Ana, it really shows that you're looking to get nades off early and play a bit more slow. But I don't think it's going to really work versus the Baptiste composition, because you can just bum rush down and just ignore the nades with bubbles.
Yeah, and Hyper kind of knows that he doesn't even need to grab until Frontier is all the way in, like they are now, finds a huge grab.
That's the difference maker that window makes right there. You can just throw down the grab, instantly pop window. Even if you get grabbed, you have 2 times damage, maybe even 2 times heals, depending on how it gets done. So that's a quick 100 to, what was it, like 50%? And
yeah,
about taking the first map.
Let's see, 45% it looks like. And wow, Hyper was so much of his team's damage right there. Just doing a ton of work. Basically, all the resources of Midtown Jets were being pumped into Hyper, and Hyper was delivering.
And that's what you really need to get from your tank, especially if you're looking to keep them in after a good performance in map 2. You're really just wanting to keep that tank in, get a lot of pressure done, and Hyper's doing just that, exactly what you need to see. Frontier, though, opting for the double flanker with this Genji Sombra, but keeping on the Ana. This is going to be really interesting.
Yep, and Butter staying on that BAP. Oh, the lamp already forced out. Oh, Dabmaster goes down, but Hyper is taken down. The tank is finally cracked from Midtown Jets. Frontier is going to be able to walk forward. Cam deleting the rest of Midtown Jets with nobody to stop him, nobody to absorb the aggression. Wi-Fi probably going to get taken down here. Is 1 HP. Just chilling up there.
Slide.
Oh, gets out.
The rocket slide, wicked.
Oh,
gets right out of there.
Just people left.
And so now we're looking at this double flanker style composition with the Ana. You're really going to be pressuring on these nades, looking to just force resources and go for the purple. But here comes the aggro bum rush from the Baptiste comp, and they are able to get Seismic Chef on the Ana. The lamp keeps the backline alive. That's exactly what you need to be seeing so far.
Oh, Cam is dangerously low, going to fall, but it was a little bit costly there for Midtown Jets. BAP going down. Ultimately, they are able to flip the point. They are able to get the cap, but Frontier is coming up on a really, really big grab here, as well as an EMP, where Midtown Jets don't really have anything to work with. So if Frontier can get one of those ults off really, really early here, they can easily flip this point back.
Yeah, and Hyper is playing really aggressive here, going to be forcing a lot of resources out, but at the same time, you're forcing your own resources to be used.
Oh my god, the lamp saving Hyper, and with Seismic Jet being taken down, a huge pick from Wi-Fi. Kylo Ren just going crazy. It's not enough. The grab wasn't enough, and now Midtown Jets have every ultimate to work with here. Oh, Laser's gonna get out.
It felt like Hyper was playing that aggressive on purpose, right? You're trying to force out the enemy bubbles, get them to walk towards you, and then grab, and then you just have your own bubble and a lamp to keep you alive. There's the EMP, counter B coming in, Sherb playing that perfectly.
Oh, Laser taken down immediately after, just not able to get out. Cam is going to have to do so much. Is he going to find the kill? He's not. He has no bubbles to work with. He's going down. Hyper. Midtown Jets, they still have 4 ults to work with. They only needed the beat, and they survived.
4 ults to work with. You see Frontier making panic swaps. This is looking like it's going to be last fight. And you need some major heroics from Dabmaster, from Cam to make something happen. But into a Grav, Blade, Overclock, and Window, I'm not sure if that can happen.
Yeah, the beat from Panda has to be big here. Dabmaster gets 2!
Dabmaster gets 2! That's the heroics you need.
3! Oh my
4!
god, man gets Kylo Ren! Oh my god, this guy just saved this fight. Dabmaster just saved this fight for Frontier, saved this map for them. What an incredible play, just individual heroics there. Incredible.
We're talking about heroics right now. That's like the most heroic thing you can do. Dive on the back line, pull the Dragon Blade, find 5. That's exactly what you need. But Midtown Jets still has ultimates coming into this next fight.
Yeah, and we could see a big Grav here. The Grav coming out, finds some backline here. The Lamp gonna keep him alive, but Panda going down. Dabmaster desperately trying to find someone in the backline, but Wi-Fi getting that kill. Oh, there is nobody left from Frontier. It's just Dabmaster on the point, but he has no Blade, no more heroics.
He can't make it happen.
It's all over unless Panda can touch. Gets there, but is probably going to be taken down shortly. Is Laser going to be able to touch? No. That is it.
That's it. Midtown with the reverse sweep, taking it 2-1. After that first map performance, I personally thought that Frontier would be taking this to 2-0, but Midtown Jets really turning it around on Parlor and then just sweeping Frontier on that last map. It felt like Frontier was making the wrong swaps at the wrong time. You went from Kiriko to Ana, and then you made a Winston swap and also swapped to the Baptiste. It felt like they were panicking.
Yeah, it was I don't know, Frontier just didn't look like themselves after Parlor. They just kind of floundered around. They stopped doing what worked for them. They said, guys, we need to mirror Zarya, and it just didn't work. I mean, I don't know if going back to the Orisa would have helped, but clearly the kind of stuff that they practiced hadn't paid off for them, whereas Midtown Jets looked really, really solid, looked so versatile there, and just had some really incredible plays.
Oh my god, I'm back. It's like
Welcome
magic.
Back.
I'm back. Hello,
Welcome back.
I mean, welcome myself, I guess. I mean, Midtown Jets, I mean, they put on a performance. Especially, I would like to say, especially, like, Paraiso, that push, just, that attack was just, that was
Magical.
just a golden. I was like, I was lost. I was speechless. I'm like, they really speedran that. They Paraiso, again, not a map that gets full completed that often, and especially not with like what 4 minutes on the clock. Like you don't see that. You just don't see that ever, and that really was the turning point, right? They were able to. They just kind of went into the groove of things, right? Like Colosseo, right? It's a very, very like momentum-based map.
Wishy-washy.
You win the first fight.
You win first fight.
You win the map. You know, we saw Frontier. They won the first fight. They won the map. That's how it is. But you know, the other map's not quite like that. Busan, just a really strong showing all around for Midtown Jets. I mean,
and you know who we have to give a lot of props to here? Hyper. I think Hyper played incredibly well. Really proved himself on so many heroes, and he is going to be our first.
Okay, our production hiccup. We'll be right back. But yeah, you know, as you mentioned, right? Let's just hype him up some more. I mean, he's called Hyper for a reason, right? Just amazing performance. You know, one of the biggest, if not the biggest reason the Midtown Jets, made such a big comeback on Paraiso there was because of Hyper. He's able to get into the back line, doing so much on that diva, just not dying at all, just made all the difference, right? End of map 2, like, just the 8 deaths. Ended with 8 deaths, the least in the lobby on that map.
After a 4-round map, 8 deaths is pretty impressive.
Yeah, like 18 minutes, you have 8 deaths, like that puts you at like 5 per 10. That's ridiculous.
Hello.
So we're gonna have some interviews here. We've got a lot of the Midtown Jets players
I got
here.
something. And no way you
got
guys
some
let me
words?
get Hyper for 50k. Are you guys crazy? This guy is maybe the best player of all time. Sig, he's all right. But this guy Hyper.
No way you're doing Sig like that.
This
guy Hyper.
I can't believe
Look
that.
at that gravity. Look at that. This guy is crazy. When I picked him up for 50k, there were some people. I won't. They had no hair, but that's irrelevant. But there were some people that were saying that I made a troll pickup. No, this guy is nuts. He won't. He's not gonna say it because he's too. What's the word? He's too humble. He's too humble to say it. This guy is insane.
Yeah, I mean, Hyper, you're in here. Like, do you have some words to say regarding this?
Honestly, it's not on me. My team enabled me to play as well as I did.
Nice.
I'm really, really proud of my team, and I just want to continue this for the rest of the season.
Does the rest of the team agree or disagree with this statement?
No, Hyper's the
GOAT. Everyone on the team. Everyone on the team thinks Hyper's the GOAT.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hyper is that guy.
Well, I mean, I've got a question for Hyper actually. I want to know what was going through your head when you made that gravy on Paraiso. What was the thought process there? Did you just do it instinctually? Did you plan that? What was going on?
I knew he had it for the past fight, and I knew that when I got nanoed and I went to booster away, he was gonna see my backline open like that. So I just wanted to fake and engage. So then I just turned around and opened up my DM and nom 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 nom.
Classic textbook diva
Textbook
play.
stuff from Dude.
Also,
Oh,
Azu pronounced the name of the map correctly. Challenge impossible.
I'm sorry.
All right, Mustard. What do you got?
Yeah,
What's your pronunciation?
It's Paraiso. It's not hard.
Yeah, Paraiso. Simple.
Yeah.
Like
Paraiso.
Kiriko, not Kiriko. Kiriko. Simple.
Yeah.
Kitty Co.
I'll
Yes,
go back.
very
I'll go
good.
back to the workshop with my pronunciation.
Yes.
I apologize.
It is, yes, KiwiCo, like the kits from like Mark Rober or whatever.
What the fuck?
But moving on with it though, like any lasting remarks, anything you really wanna say about this match?
How you guys gonna lose to mid? That's crazy.
actually.
Midtown Jets proving they're not as mid as they seem.
I mean, Twitch chat, they all thought Frontier was gonna win. So that is definitely
Let's see. Who's
No
voting?
reverse cat.
Dust voting for Frontier? Okay, yeah, I got some. Yeah, I'm writing
Brothers,
down.
don't check the VOD. I totally voted for Midtown Jets. Saw the 2-0 coming in.
Nah. I was
You're on the
Midtown.
list. You're on the list, man. It's over.
No way.
I was with Midtown
Butters,
since
don't
the
check the
pre-show.
Don't check the spreadsheet.
Don't check the VOD.
I may throw some trash talk around, but at the end of the day, I want to prove what we can do with actions, and we're gonna pop off, and we'll be uncontested the whole season.
All right, some bold words to close us out. So,
Why was I only worth 180k?
Okay. Well, that's semantics.
Yeah.
We'll go over it later.
It's crazy how I got two of my best players.
Save it
230.
for
That's wild.
BPL General. Save it for
Yeah.
BPL General.
Gary Core General.
We have a
pull up.
show to continue. Unfortunately, I'd love to hear the banter, but we do have a show to continue. We are behind schedule a little bit, but that is Jets against Frontier in the Andes group of A League. As you see, that puts them in first because no other group has played. This is the first match of the season after all. So
Hey
you can't
guys,
really.
why are there 4 second place teams? Someone
Oh
explain
my
it to me.
god. Someone break the tie between second place. Well, you see that coming up later on in the weekend. But don't go anywhere because we have more matches coming up. 3 more tonight. The next one will be Ice Cream Parlor going up against Whiteout, then Meow Marauders against Evo, and then Platinum Giants against Catalyst to end off the night. But Ice Cream Parlor and Whiteout, I believe that is a B League matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, went from
So-
A League for our first match, jumping down to B. Yeah,
Yeah, there you go. We
rest
see
of our
both
matches.
leagues premiering in the same day. Don't go anywhere for that first match of B League coming up.
I've been feeling just a little bit low. Got to get back to the show and we'll fly. Yeah. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone not tonight. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no shade if you wanna ride away. We just have to try to play. Second feels up in the memory bank. I've been looking for somebody to make memories in a bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Here we are with another match. We have Ice Cream Parlor going up against Whiteout for the premiere of Season 4's B League. With me, I have Jace and Chasey, your casters for this match. How are we doing tonight?
Not too bad.
Wonderful. Excited.
Excited. Yes. Yes. So we should have a very interesting match coming up. It's Premier B League. We just, for anyone just tuning in, this is the second match of the day. We just saw Midtown Jets take down Frontier in that 2-1 earlier. And this match, I mean, if we look at the rosters very briefly, I mean, these teams, they look pretty equal in my eyes.
Yeah, I think so. I'd be interested to see what Chase your opinion on this, but I think in terms of it's sort of 1-for-1 in my opinion. Like Ice Cream Parlor, I think have the tank advantage. Whiteout have the support line advantage. And then the DPS, sort of that duel is I think kind of even. So I'd be interested to see Chase what your take is on this.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I was looking at these teams a little bit, and I was going over, people making tier lists and seeing how they would place them, and most of the tier lists that I saw, people think very highly of both these teams. So, like you said, it's going to be, a good matchup for the tanks against Whiteout for Ice Cream Parlor, and it's going to be a good matchup for the supports of Whiteout against Ice Cream Parlor. So it's kind of a 1-for-1. It's just all going to come down to team play, how the teams coordinate, how the teams want to, make work of their comps, making sure to coordinate the best that they can, because it probably will end up coming down to, mechanics and communication.
Yeah. And, if we take a look at these rosters, I mean, Whiteout has 4 DPS players, according to this. So,
that is a lot of DPS players.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
And currently, this is a pretty DPS reliant meta, right? A lot of flankers. You just do a lot because you don't have that second tank to help peel, keep you in check. So just being able to play 2 flanking heroes, right? We've seen Genji, Tracer be super powerful in this current meta. Like, having to rotate out your DPS line like that might deal a blow to Whiteout, as well as, Ice Cream Parlor. They have to swap around maybe the support line, maybe the tanks, right, for those substitutions. But Ice Cream Parlor, maybe they'll start reading what Whiteout's support line, Whiteout's tank line. They really start understanding them a lot easier because they don't have that flexibility. Maybe we'll see, I don't know, maybe we'll see a Swifters on the Lucio or something. Who knows, right? Anything can happen. But it's still definitely interesting, as we're gonna, enough of us talking here, enough of me talking, at least. We're gonna get this started. We're gonna go to New Queen Street to open things off, sending us off to nice and sunny Toronto, the Midtown. I predicted this would go 4 maps because, I mean, New Queen Street, Midtown, and Circuit Royale in one map set. I'd rather just FF the game personally, but I mean, this is going to be, if there's any game to go 4 maps, this is the one.
This would be it. I couldn't agree with you more.
Yep, so enough of me yapping. I'll see you all after the match. JC and Jace, take it away.
Thank you so much. And here we are, everyone in the BPL community. We are at New Queen Street, winter Toronto. And, Whiteout probably have a little bit of the advantage here because they are used to the snow conditions, but the other team is an ice cream team. So, Push, talk to me, Chasey. What's been played, what's not, what's good?
I think a lot of teams want to be running the Zarya. They want to run kind of that Lucio comp. We've already seen Lucio Bap, Lucio Wana, Lucio Kariko. So it could be a little bit of anything. With Push, it all comes down to tempo. It all comes down to, trying to snowball as much as possible, making sure you're getting value out of your ults in every fight, and you want to try to make those fights worthy. You can't, have come in and stagger and, get pushed back, because the further the distance goes on the push bot, the harder it's going to be to come back from that.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I often feel like sometimes if a team has over 100 meters with 3 minutes left, I'm almost ready to just call the map, right?
Yeah, and that's very easy to happen. especially with some of these comps. Like we're seeing Whiteout come out on kind of like a 5-man comp where Ice Cream Parlor is running that, they're running a Cassidy for the first time we're seeing, and then also the Zarya.
Yeah, so the Cassidy is going to need to poke. He's going to need a little bit of potential. It's going to be not too bad against the flankers. Thomason's bubbles are going to be so important, but Joe by Donk going straight over them. They found the Cassidy. That's the opening pick. Swifters gets a pair. Fifi trading back onto Little could potentially mean something, but no, that disrupting shot from that Sojourn, it turns 1 kill into a team fight win. Have I spoken too soon?
Ooh,
I think I have.
Thomason with
6v6 moment. Thomason finds 2. They don't kill the Zarya, Chasey.
That is the big thing, right? Is when you're playing this heavy kind of divey comp, you try to trade the squishies, but if you don't punish the Zarya when they're out of position and using their bubbles, they can flip it just like that, and that's exactly what Thomathan did.
Thomathan is now going to be so charged up for the next fight as well. Tyler on the off angle here looks to find a hack, has to find a hack, I think, to try and get some form of burst down. Whiteout taking their time a little bit with this one there. The engage goes, that's 1 projected bubble down. 1 left. Let's see how that decides to be. It goes onto the personal for the Zarya, but it's completely ignored. Swifters on the Reaper just takes a shot from the Peacekeeper to the face. That's the Reaper, it goes down, and Thomathan now gets hacked up, but once that fades, not going to be scared at all. The Cassidy stayed alive from the dive this time, and well, there we go.
Yeah, that's the thing about running this monkey comp, right? Is when you try to play against the Cassidy and the Zarya, it is very easy to burst down if the dives aren't coordinated. You kind of saw them play a little slow, kind of poke them, trying to poke out, maybe farm for coalescence or some ults, but the sustain from Thomathan and the Emil on the Cassidy just was able to put down tons and tons of damage and eventually got the kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And Whiteout, they better get their skis ready because they're being put on the slopes right now. The grab comes in from Thomathan, doesn't manage to find the most value. In fact, he goes down late to Tyler, but Fifi pulls out the blade. She's had enough. She said, nope, we're getting this second point and we're carry on pushing. Whiteout here. Their ultimates, that EMP still not available. That Coalescence has to go early, but they've given up so much push already.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I meant by setting the tempo, right? You have this dive comp from Whiteout, but, if you don't commit to the dives and try to punish them, it's not going to work out very well.
Nope, absolutely not.
Speaking
of dive, that was quicker than I anticipated. Whiteout pushing the tempo up to 10. Winter, though, having to run for their life. Jobanot takes him down. This Zarya in the mid-fight, though, is still going to be so scary. If they can keep the Ana alive from Trisky, that nano boost is going to pay dividends as well. Speaking of, I believe it went on to the Genji. Didn't manage to anything but Donk. Donk finds 2 with the Primal. The Raging Fists of Fury for Whiteout. Going to get them back into it, and there we go. Finally, Whiteout get themselves on the snowboard.
Yeah, that was a great dive from them. They only used 2 ults, in Ice Cream Parlor use the nano, and that's kind of what you need to happen. You need to set that tempo, you need to move fast, punish the backline or punish the Zarya, punish the Cassidy. There's a lot of, targets that you need to dive and that are diveable. You just have to make use of that.
And the biggest decision, I think, now for Whiteout is how they use this EMP, and they're just going to go with it. Do they commit the Death Blossom? Yes, they do. Swifters aggressively TPs in there, cleans up 2, and now Whiteout just gets a 5-man stack and get more progression on this card. They're going to push this into second quite easily. But good news for Ice Cream Parlor, Chasey, EMP out.
Yeah, that's a good fight, though, from Whiteout, right? Only using 2 ults. You knew that Ice Cream Parlor used a couple of ults as well, and it looks like Whiteout are probably going to get the checkpoint, so... after all, after the first good push from Ice Cream Parlor, Whiteout comes back just as fast and gets the checkpoint as well.
Oh, they do, and that pick onto Fifi's going to make things better. Just Joe by Donk Swifters and Donk on that high ground, controlling it with the Winston Reaper. An unlikely combo, but they take down the pick. Little falling, though, to a nice headshot from Emilio on the Cassidy. Swifters fading that magnetic pulse grenade that came in. Not quite sure of the name of that just yet. It's a 1v1, both DPS whiffing. But in the end, Ice Cream Parlor clean it up. I think Little gets a little bit too over-aggressive there and ends up costing them dearly.
Yeah, I think Ice Cream Parlor noticed that, right? The pick on Little, you know, if you're good at ult tracking, you notice that they have the sound barrier, and you see that Thomathan is at 6%. He used the grav, he knew that Little was dead, and it was a free cleanup for them. And now they're on the push again.
And they're going to be on the push. This Reaper from Swifters gets so low, gets forced out. And you Reaper, you really need to be brawling in the front line. Fifi pulls out the blade, the slash dash comes in, but the beat is responded. Great beat from Little, and it's allowed them to trade into Trisky. Little falls just with the last dash of that Dragon Blade. Fifi manages to put that sword away, doesn't even need it. Finds a right click, finds a dash, finds another one off the deflect. And Fifi just said the blade was a bait, going crazy with the red Power Ranger Genji skin.
Yep, use the blade, force the beat. Doesn't go too deep. She kind of knows what she can do with it and backs out, and then lets Whiteout burn some resources, and then comes back just as strong.
Really nice Genji play. I think one of the top tier DPS in Overwatch 2 at the moment. That's for sure. So much potential. The other two, well, I'd say at least one of them is Sombra. Tyler, though, got to be getting that EMP in order for it to happen. That's a Coalescence.
Nice.
Speaking of DPS, Greninja goes in. The Cassidy falls. The Zarya, most importantly, falls after it, and Swifters is now unleashed, able to run at the front line one by one. They are going to drop like fries. They're being scooped up like ice cream, and they're being served. Not quite as fresh as I thought they would be. I thought there were going to be a little bit of stages there, and Donk falling is actually disastrous for Whiteout here. That is not good.
Yeah, I think Donk kind of going a little too deep. That was their team's time to kind of snowball. You already have the checkpoint, and now look, Ice Cream Parlor are coming back just as fast. They want to punish these kills.
Yeah, it's a great punish. Getting Swifters there too. That lack of threat on that Reaper now, it's easier for Tomlinson to play the game with the Reaper out, is what I'm trying to say. But Tyler, though, has got the EMP. 40% of the base HP of Ice Cream Parlor is looking so juicy, so tasty. Much like an ice cream itself. I'm going to try and stop forcing these puns, but nonetheless, the blade comes out. I believe it's nanoed up, actually. That's one slash. Tyler goes down, Little falls as well. And Trisky, been pretty much, I don't want to say uncontested, but very, very untouched. She's had a free farm on this, and I think it had been a little bit too free this entire map, and absolutely, it's led to Ice Cream Parlor getting a really, really good push here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said, Whiteout playing the more kind of aggressive comp with the Lucio and the Tracer Sombra, but you saw kind of Tyler wanted to use the MP and then kind of backed out of it, but they need to play much quicker than this. Will we see an MP this fight? No, Tyler gets picked by Trisky again.
Oh, Tyler again. That's 2 fights in a row now. The EMP really should have come through. Not been able to build them the fastest, I admit, because of the poke sort of composition that Ice Cream Parlor are going for, but I mean, this attacking team are completely running them out the building. Whiteout are scrambling, and Ice Cream Parlor are demonstrating an excellent control, their ability to just soak pressure from Whiteout and then throw it back and instantly find a pick.
Exactly, that's what you need to do. You need to punish where you can, and the silver lining to that fight was Tyler got picked, but Winter used the beat, and it's a big EMP, 5-man EMP. And that's what you need. You know, that was a little 1-2 fights too late, but it's better late than never when it comes to push, and now you can start setting the pace on your attack.
There we go, right at the curtain call, right at the glimpse of defeat for Whiteout. That payload, that push cart was just about to tick over, and the EMP comes in from Tyler. It's massive, 5-man. So good. And they waited a long time for that EMP, but it comes good in the end. Now, though, it's going to be a quick turnaround. They have the Coalescence. Could be really, really good. Swift is falling early, is not. But the Coalescence, as we said, that aforementioned sustain, that damage, that mix, that burst, everything that Moira does in one and more, coming up good for Whiteout as they keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I think actually that was a great fight by Ice Cream Parlor. Even though they're gonna end up losing this, you know, Whiteout kind of didn't expect them to take a fight so close, and they were forced to use the Coalescence early, and they hardly got to the middle checkpoint after that fight when they should have gotten to this checkpoint up here. So that was a great play by Ice Cream Parlor to take the fight quick, contest the bot, force out an ultimate or two, and try to hold on this next checkpoint.
Yeah, the silver lining as well is Tyler was really unable to rapidly accelerate towards that EMP. Swifters, Pulse Bomb finds 2 supports, both of them gone. Winter and Trisky just blown up. Completely derailed by the Tracer of Swifters. Oh my. Take a bow. That is the captain, and captains step up when they need to. Take a bow, Swifters. Good job.
Great 4K by Swifters. That's exactly what you need to try to turn this fight. That's the momentum that your team needs. You see this and you still think, you know, 40 plus meters, it's still doable. You still have ults, you know that they have ults, but a beat for Fifi and a beat for Little and a blade for Fifi could even each other out, and this could be a good fight.
Absolutely winnable. If Little Sound Barrier is perfect or at least highly optimal, they're going to be able to snowball towards the EMP. Speaking of, Tyler's ready to go with it online. Greninja falling means they're probably a bit hesitant, but they have to go with it anyway. Ooh, the Cassidy of Emilio gets really, really low. Actually does just manage to fall that 40% of that HP stripped. It was looking dicey. There were 1 HP living in the team, but Fifi pulls out the blade. 8 seconds left now. Puts 2 away with it. And the Samurai, unfortunately, has the last laugh. There will be no win for Whiteout on this winter map. I feel Donk is just not going to be long for this world at all. And Ice Cream Parlor, they are just cleaning them up. And they take them off the slopes. It's going to be a nice little calm blue run for Whiteout. They are not ready for those big boy slopes just yet. And Ice Cream Parlor, eventually, I'm trying to get this wrapped up on a sort of nice little present, but any keck wait. There we go.
Finally, the rounds ends, but yeah, that was a good try, last ditch effort from Whiteout. I think it just came down to the ult usage that we saw a couple fights ago, where, like I said, setting the pace on push is so important that if you are kind of stuck between these two barriers at 70-ish meters, where the bot's just running back and forth, that's kind of where you need to win your fights. You need to win 1, 2, maybe even 3 fights to even get the barrier moving. So when you have, you know, EMP and you have these big ultimates like Coalescence, you have to win those fights. You have to use those ultimates.
Yep.
You have to try to snowball that. And Ice Cream Parlor just weren't having it. They did a great job of sustaining it, you know, with the nano blades and just the dry blades to force out the ultimates as well. That was a great play by Ice Cream Parlor, and they definitely earned that map win.
And I think it's so rough for Whiteout as well, and it's something that I'm going to question going into the rest of this entire campaign, Chasey, because when you fall behind on that sort of composition like Whiteout's, they were using the EMP just to get to the bot to push it. And I really don't like that, because now for that next fight, you're going to win the fight with the EMP, right? Of course you are. It's so broken. But once you get to that push robot, and then from there on afterwards, you don't have EMP, your primary win condition. So what else have you got in the bag? Yes, you have a beat to counter, but ultimately your own win condition, if the Coalescence is offline, and even then it's not the strongest, you really struggle. And I think you can just fall so far behind. It feels like, you know, more of a MOBA aspect at that point. You just don't have the resources to be able to push and actually get push, get meters, get percentage on trying to finish the map. If you have to use the EMP just to get yourselves onto the station, it's really rough.
Yeah, I think some ult usage, you know, you clean that up a little bit. That was still a good match. I think just, you know, maybe it's just the first game shakes that are getting to Whiteout, but, you know, we still have another map to go. What's the next map? Midtown. I'm excited to see that all play. That plays much different than push. You know, you can play a majority of comps on Midtown with high ground and low ground, so I'm excited to see what both these teams are going to run next map.
Yeah, Midtown is going to be an interesting one. We're probably going to see a swap in styles. Zaryas are going to come in, they're going to come out. We should see some Genji as well, potentially the Sojourn as well. Obviously, we're going to get confirmation on subs when and where we see them, probably as we just pan over. But going in to Midtown, from what we saw there, Chasey, who is your favourite going into this map? Who have you got?
My favorite, I would probably still have to say Ice Cream Parlor, just because I feel like them getting more value out of their ultimates, where in a game like 5v5 and Overwatch 2 is they just make things that much more important. They did a really good job kiting the ultimates from Whiteout, whether it was, you know, the beat or the nano or whatever it might have been. But I feel like the primal and the monkey play from Whiteout might not have been the greatest play. I feel like there's some situations where you can make that work, but like I said, when it comes to push, it's all about tempo. So maybe a composition swamp, maybe Donk wants to play, you know, maybe a Zarya, maybe they stay on the monkey, but they, like I said, they clean things up a little bit. I feel like this will be a really good match.
Yeah, I think so. I also think it's really hard as well, because you have such little room for error, in my opinion, when you're playing the Winston Sombra against a Lucio Moira or a Lucio Anna. The burst healing that those supports provide is, in my opinion, honestly, just too high. I think the healing numbers in this game are still balanced for 6v6, so I'm expecting those to be tuned down, hopefully at some point, when Blizzard will catch on, hopefully, because I think there's just too much burst healing in the game right now, personally. But as I said, what it does provide, though, is it provides a very little window of opportunity. If that Sombra goes in, they have to hack. On that hack cooldown, they have to kill. If they don't, their whole dive is completely ruined.
Yeah, and like you said, that's why I feel like monkey comps and Winston comps, they can work, they can, but it requires just a little bit more coordination, a little bit more, you know, teamwork than what we saw. But like I said, you have that down, you have that target fire, you have your Sombra calling the hacks and your monkey diving in with, you know, a Tracer or a Genji, or with your Sombra. It is very hard to defend against. I just think Whiteout played it a little too bad and Ice Cream Parlor played it a little too well. But with a map like Midtown coming up, like we said, it's a little bit more high ground advantage, right? It's a little more kind of strategic, so you can kind of take those angles with if you still want to play the Winston comps. But if you play the Zarya mirror, you know, it just comes down to bubble usage on Zarya, nade usage on Ana, and those things really, really matter.
And I will never underestimate Dunk's ability to just run at a team and take over the map on Reinhardt.
Yeah.
I think Midtown is all right for it.
It's very possible. We've already seen Orisa and Ryan, so it's not out of the question. I feel like, you know, the obvious tanks are the best, the Divas, the Zaryas, but you know, like I said, if your team can communicate with you and you can make things happen, it's possible. Anything is possible. You can make Orisa work. You can make Reinhardt work. You can make Wrecking Ball work. It's just, it comes down to the coordination. It comes down to the teamwork. And, you know, like I said, it's just one of those things where if you feel like things aren't clicking, maybe you do just kind of want to play a Zarya and just play for your tank, right? Or maybe your DPS lineup is your carry, so you want to play a little bit for them. But, you know, it's one of those things that every team just has to take into account for.
Absolutely, and I think play styles, players, it's going to be an interesting decision how teams play around the upper pieces on their roster, and that's in terms of quality, not necessarily in terms of budget. And that's going to be something I hope captains don't get too sucked into. Oh, I pay 200k for this guy, for her, for him, etc. For them, that we don't, you know, you don't force your entire strategy around that. And by the looks of it, we actually don't have. We have one sub for Whiteout, by the way. Speedy coming in on that Sombra. Let's see if they can be the redemption arc for their team and level it and send it to a map 3. And for Ice Cream Parlor, I believe it's Box and Kitten coming in.
Yes, and, you know, it looks like Whiteout wants to stick with that Winston comp. They're playing, you know, pretty much the same comp as before, where they're trying to play a really aggro, aggressive dive. And Tomathan already demacked before I can even finish that aggressive dive comment. And that's exactly what you need. You need to punish either the tank when they engage too deeply, or you need to dive the backline.
Yeah, Tomathan gets demacked instantly. It is not good, and they clean up Fifi most importantly as well. That's a late stagger actually onto the Baby Diva. So Whiteout looking a little bit better on this defense.
Yeah, and Ice Cream Parlor actually going with the Brigida this time. So they do kind of have a hybrid mix of, with, you know, Ana, Brig, Sojourn to kind of sit back and sustain the poke, but with Genji or Genji Diva, you kind of want to play a little bit more aggressively. Maybe they're looking to sustain and just kind of farm ults, but like I said, once again, Tomathan already demeched and killed.
Yeah, and Whiteout are doing a great job of sort of not engaging this Brigitte. This Brigitte wants pressure onto them. They want that backline to be pressured, but Whiteout are just bubbling, they're isolating Tomathan, removing those heals because of that LOS that the bubble of the Winston provides from Donk, and just completely blowing up the Diva. And Ice Cream Parlor, they can't walk without Tomathan in that mech.
Yeah, I think Speedy's doing a really good job getting a bunch of hacks too. He's kind of just sitting by these taxis on the left here that you can see, and he's just trying to hack Tomathan, and as soon as he hacks them, they kind of soft engage, and they're able to punish it, and that's exactly what you need to do.
Sombra has always been a thorn in the side for any Diva, and I think it's even a bit more dangerous now because of how much damage you can do, although the defense matrix coming up a little bit quicker makes it a bit more even counterplay. This time the Diva not demeched first, but the bridge goes down, they're ignored. That was a tight choke point that they came through, and Whiteout funneled into it so perfectly. This rupture shot as well. This ability is so broken, by the way. Almost certainly guarantees the late stagger onto Trisky and probably onto Tomathan as well.
There it is, Tomathan staggered. They will probably leave the Baby Diva out of the mech, and you know, for Ice Cream Parlor, you're starting to come up on ults, but you know, almost 2+ minutes have already passed. Meanwhile, you have a whole bank of ultimates for Whiteout. While you were getting killed and being sent back to spawn, Whiteout was constantly building these ultimates, and sure, you're going to have a Nano Blade, but how do you counter that against 5 ultimates from Whiteout?
And the fact that you have to rotate into Whiteout as well, they get perfect scouting on you, they can see the way that you path because Speedy's going to be in this invis because they've got the high ground. And Whiteout, I think, are just going to drop on them with EMP any second now. The Nano Blade will come in, but it will be probably countered by Sound Barrier and Coalescence. At least Sound Barrier comes in. That's the hack onto Fifi. Oh no! Hack. Such a good hack from Speedy. That is the difference. He's been the difference this map. Absolutely. Let's put some respect on that Sombra's name. It's been a game changer. There we go. Completely denying the Nano Blade. They only invest the Sound Barrier. Swifters goes in late with this overclock. And well, I mean, speaking of clock, it is about to strike 12. It is about to tick down slowly. 50 seconds left on it for Ice Cream Parlor.
Yeah, Box switching over to the Sombra too. They got the Nano Blade. You know, they didn't find much value out of it, and you know, surviving that with only a sound barrier is massive. The Swifter's overclock came out a little bit late, but you know, you still have the self-destruct from Tomathan. You still have a rally coming up for Kitten, and it's one of those things where if Whiteout wants to play aggressive, they can. They have the Coalescence, they have the EMP. Donk can go deep with the Primal, and there's a quick EMP Coalescence.
The EMP comes in, it's a classic combo EMP Coal in 6v6, it's back for 5v5, and Greninja, with all the power of good and evil at the same time, just completely running over Ice Cream Parlor. They are being taken to the cleaners here. They are being surely and very certainly kept in the spawn rooms. No progression on the point. 4-3 and 2-1, because I can obviously count to 5 and downwards. This was a complete domination. The rally's going to come in, Chasey, but it's the saddest rally I think I've seen in a while. Obviously not giving armor anymore, just giving HP. Tomathan's bomb might not even get to use it. Doesn't even get to the point. And Donk is going to give us a little emote in front of the sad baby diva there, and Whiteout get the full hold. There you go. What a hold.
Wow, that was... I could not have predicted that compared to last game. Last game seemed pretty even. Like I said, a couple things to clean up, but you know, Whiteout kind of making me eat my words with the Winston comp, where they played it to almost perfection. You know, Ice Cream Parlor played the Brigitte, you know, and had Nano Blade in store, but you know, having a rally just for the last fight and getting no value out of a Nano Blade is just, you know, it doesn't matter how good you are or what team you're on. If you don't get value out of those 3 ultimates, you're probably going to lose the round. And you know, that was a great change of pace from Whiteout. Whiteout played definitely more aggressively. They got more value out of Speedy's Sombra hacks, like we saw with the hack out of the Nano Blade. And the EMP Coalescence towards the end of the fight was just probably a run killer for Ice Cream Parlor.
Yeah, Ice Cream Parlor went in with a Nano Blade. It was a prayer, but the sound barrier coming out from Little and the hack in tow as well. Fifi went in, but honestly, they went in by themselves. And great peel from Speedy just to sit in invis basically on their backline. And I feel like Tyler was honestly fine on the Sombra last map as well, but Speedy's just been another level, so different in their playstyle. They've been so aggressive, actively hunting Tomathan on this tank, really annoying this diva, disrupting and ultimately denying this diva from being able to play the game for such a long time there. The Ice Cream Parlor fell behind in ultimates. Whiteout got 5 on the board, and it was completely unplayable.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Echo, Reaper, Brig, Baptiste from Ice Cream Parlor. So definitely going for more of a kind of defensive stand with, you know, a heavy DPS lineup. You know, if maybe Box wants to play Reaper to try to punish, you know, Donk's Winston, but Swifters with a quick railgun shot onto the Reaper, and that just might open things up for him.
Well, it is Reaper Fridays, but Swifters says no. Quite simply, that Reaper going down, so much pressure now alleviated onto Donk, and the aggression can come in from that Winston. They get the cleave. There we go. It's a perfect dive off the back of Swifters. Just one tapping someone on the Sojourn. New hero moment. Welcome to Overwatch 2, ladies and gentlemen. And Whiteout are going to level things up in the series.
And that's exactly what you need, right? That's why you play the Sojourn in comps like that, where it can turn fights on their head, where you don't need to build ults. You don't need to, you know, try to play for, you know, a long engagement, where if you're playing the Sojourn, all you need is to charge up that rail, which is, you know, pretty simple to do when a team is stacked, and you hit one headshot, and that's just it. That's game over.
Absolutely. And as much as I will definitely contest the power of Disrupt Shot, I think that ability is far too strong. You've got to hit the head with that railgun for it to get value, and absolutely that's what Swifters did. Welcome to Overwatch 2. This is what people wanted, and I for one enjoyed it. It felt a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. That fight was over basically once the Reaper was instantly deleted, but there's 3 DPS in the game right now that have potential to completely take over and dominate a lobby. Sojourn is one of them, so you better duck your heads, you better check your cover, because yeah, that's a railgun straight through the face, between the eyes, and that's the fight done, Chasey, Whiteout level.
Yeah, before we could even really talk about, you know, the DPS lineup of Ice Cream Parlor, you know, with the Echo Reaper, the fight was over. So it was one of those moments where, you know, you're trying to figure things out, and maybe the team knows but you don't. But you know, against a comp like the team that you, or against a comp like the comp that you saw before, that you would assume they would run on attack as they did on defense, you know, you probably need a couple better picks there. Probably things worked out a little bit better in your head than getting railgunned off the rip. But that was a great play by Whiteout to bring things back and to basically make me eat my words. They cleaned up their play, they got better ult usage, and they're looking a lot better heading into game 3.
And I think when you play against sort of a Frankenstein comp that Ice Cream Parlor pulled out on the defense there, that first fight can genuinely be so important, because if you lose it, you're like, okay, what's vulnerable, what's exploitable, and you start maybe testing things, picking combinations you're not too familiar with. But having that first fight, you have to play against it. You basically pick blind, you just go with whatever you feel like is confident. And when you're able to win it basically off the back of a great individual shot from Swifters there on that Sojourn, then you don't even need to answer those questions, right? Because you solve them instantly. I mean,
Exactly.
Why worry about compositions when you can just headshot them? Mega lol, like whatever. Anyway,
Yeah.
Nepal, final map.
Yeah, I think this one, you know, Nepal and Control in general do kind of play similar to Push, where it's all about trying to make fights last. It's a little less, you know, it's less snowbally, but you know, if you're Whiteout and you want to stick on this monkey comp, you have to play, you know, as aggressive and as smart as they did on Midtown. If you're Ice Cream Parlor and you want to play something like a Diva or Zarya, you know, maybe like a Brigana or a BAP, you know, you need to know how to disengage from those dives. You need to know how to sustain, you know, from that and punish Donk's Winston if he goes too aggressive, or you know, get a pick off of yourself if you feel like that you can engage onto it. But it looks like we're seeing the same thing from Whiteout, the 5-man comp, and Ice Cream Parlor going with looks like a Reaper, Diva, BAP, Lucio, and probably a Genji.
They're going with some form of, both teams going with a similar sort of 6-man, but Ice Cream Parlor going instead with the Reaper instead of the Sombra, and that's definitely going to help them in the neutral fight, because Donk is going to be on the Winston, and if it's a targeted counter pick, honestly, it's quite good. You know Donk is likely going to go over to the Winston and not something like the Diva or the Zarya here, and that just means that if both teams sort of smash into each other on the point, then this Reaper from Emilio is going to be so good, so important. Swift is on the off angle though, gets collapsed on by that aforementioned Reaper. Little gets the boop onto him though, so it's really turnable now, and Speedy finding Trisky as well. That's a support down, that's the bulk of your sustain, completely cut out from underneath you. Swifters gets overextended, but I think potentially might just be getting bailed out here as I say that. Greninja falls, but no, I think this back out from Thomathan and on the Diva here is going to be the death of the fight. Little taking down Fifi as well. This should be just a quick trip back to the spawn room from Emilio, decides to stick around. Whiteout having the point here is not good for Ice Cream Parlor, because they're still trying to fight this and they are still losing.
Yeah, they need to back out. They need to reset. They're too low HP. They have members coming back from spawn. You know, that was a good job for Thomathan to hunt down the Moira and get the kill, but you know, it was a little too late. You need to, you know, try to calm that out a little bit earlier and make sure your team's with you. But going into this fight, Little already coming close to a beat, and Donk is going to have a Primal Rage.
Yeah, the Primal Rage is going to be so good at disrupting the batlines. If disrupting, you don't need to. Swifters does it again, just completely taking the head off of Tristy. Why disrupt when you can just kill? And something to mention as well, Chasey, I think Ice Cream Parlor, they bled about a free 7 to 10% there. So let's see if it comes back to bite them. I'm going to keep record of that as we go through the rest of this map. And now, oh, look at Whiteout's ultimate advantage. It's so nasty.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, like I said, where you set the tempo on this 5-man kind of comp, and you can very easily snowball. And they're gonna go in quick with an EMP. Greninja actually goes down quick, so no, they're not able to build Coalescence.
The EMP puts everyone so low, but they can't quite manage to get the kills. This should be it for the Reaper. Yeah, the Disruptor Orb means they aren't going anywhere. Fifi gonna pull out the blade in a sort of 2v4, 3v5 potentially. Chase down Swift as the beat comes in to keep them so healthy. This should just be a one-on-one. Thomathan manages to get the bomb in the flip, but Whiteout 71% on the board. Luckily for Ice Cream Parlor though, obviously they had to use the EMP there, did Whiteout.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a little bit of a misplay from Whiteout. They invested a lot there. They invested, you know, 3-4 ults into that fight, where Ice Cream Parlor only did, you know, 2, maybe 3. So you're coming into this fight with Ice Cream Parlor as your defense with a beat, and you're going to come close to a Reaper ult. Meanwhile, Whiteout is only going to have a Coalescence for this fight and maybe even the next.
It's going to be a really good trade though if it goes Coalescence against Sandbarrier. These are the only ultimates basically coming up on board, and that's going to mean that Ice Cream Parlor are so healthy, going to be able to soak so much pressure, but they decide to go to the point.
They get their skiing boots on and they just sort of slide all the way over to the objective, but it was a bait potentially. Now it forces Ice Cream Parlor back, and that is the re-engage with Greninja's Coalescence. Little gets over-aggressive, though, overextends. 2 of them fall, Swifters as well. And Donk is not going to be alone for this world on the Winston. That's just going to be a quick reset from them, and a little bit of a scuffed engage timing there from Whiteout.
Yeah, kind of. It goes back to what I was saying. They're kind of playing a little too slow. You have this comp with the Sombra and Moira Lucio. You want to try to play a little bit more aggressive. You know, waiting so long to engage with Coalescence kind of bit them in the butt. And now you're going into this where Ice Cream Parlor has a Coalescence and a Sound Barrier.
Yeah, the Sound Barrier though might have to come in early to save Tomathan. It does. There we go from the hack coming in from Speedy. Did so much damage, so much pressure. But that Sound Barrier quickly fading. It's already faded from Tomathan. He's going to have the mech ready to go though. Trisky, she did such a good job of keeping her whole team alive. The Coalescence re-engage is going to be so nasty, but the blade comes out from Fifi. There we go. That is probably the nail in the coffin for this round, I think. Chasey, that blade at the end there, so well timed from Fifi.
Yeah, I think that was a good play from Winter to use the Sound Barrier while everyone was getting low. Maybe they know they had the EMP, but you won the fight and you still have the Coalescence being used now. Donk coming back with the Primeling Rage, but Trisky picks off Little. EMP from Speedy, it's a good EMP, but can they clean it up? It does not look like it.
No, they are just not quite able to clean it up. The mass sustain, the bulk of the engage coming in from Ice Cream Parlor. They are so bulky as a team, they are so healthy, and they sustain for such a long time that Whiteout are just really unable to carve through them. And even when they are, you know, they're making the mistakes, dropping the ball. I think I'm seeing some of these supports from Whiteout die a little bit too much and a little bit too early. And even without that, obviously mechanical and individual mistakes happen, but there seems to be a bit of a hesitation from Whiteout. They had the Coalescence from Greninja, but they didn't walk with it. They had the perfect Coalescence re-engage, Chasey, but they didn't hold the W key.
Yeah, and you know, contrary to Ice Cream Parlor, their support ults got all the value there. That was definitely a round of good ult usage and good decision making from Ice Cream Parlor.
Yeah, they played so well and so controlled, and Swifter's now going to be going over to the Reaper against Ice Cream Parlor's comp here.
Swifter switching onto the Reaper is an interesting pick, seeing how well they did on the Sojourn last map. Sure, the composition might not have worked out, but mirroring Reaper in, but with the Sombra and Genji, you know, Tomathan on the Diva against, you know, Donk's Winston, it's going to be a weird fight.
Yeah, you must feel like you need to play more front to back with the Reaper, and you need all that damage to follow up with the hacks, and that's going to be a hack that came onto Tomathan. It fades quickly. Actually, Donk is going to be the one to fall first, so that's no Winston, and now it's going to be the go button for Ice Cream Parlor. They're just going to stick on this point, to be honest. As long as they stay inside the auras of Winter and Trisky, they are going to be so healthy. That Moira does fall late, but Ice Cream Parlor open up with the point here.
And this is going to be a composition that Donk is going to struggle against. You're going up against a Diva, you're going up against a Reaper, you're going up against Lucio Moira, where, you know, you try to engage quickly, but everyone can kind of maneuver around that. You know, everyone has a lot of sustain, and everyone is able to punish Donk when he engages like this. Let's see if they can punish him again.
And whilst this Sombra is definitely going to, the lack of Sombra for Ice Cream Parlor is definitely going to deny them that huge wombo combo with that EMP and that ability to win the fight. Ice Cream Parlor so good in the neutral here. Look, Emilio just runs over Donk again. That's a Coalescence. It's mirrored, actually. This is going to be a bit of a celebration. Death Blossom there to get themselves a little bit some late stages. They've actually found the Sombra, so this could be a late stage if they can find that as well. But no, as I said, the neutral power for Ice Cream Parlor so strong.
Yeah, that's a hack coming onto Winter, and actually Winter's going to get picked, so kind of Winter going a little too deep. This is Whiteout's chance. You know, that's the Sound Barrier down. You have a free MP, you have a free Death Blossom. Let's see if they can make a work out of it.
They do decide to go with the EMP down in the 5v4. They're not wasting any time. Swifter just goes in with the Blossom, finds 3 off the screen, but I mean, once you take Emilio, Fifth and Trisky down immediately, down they go.
Yeah, and, you know, again, I kind of talk about silver lining. Maybe you kind of already expected to lose that fight, and you didn't want to use Sound Barrier for the EMP, and now you're coming back with a Sound Barrier of your own. So you have Sound Barrier and Genji Blade just against the Sound Barrier and the Primaling of Donk.
Oh, that's the hack onto Trisky. Can they find the convert? Little's beat is going to help them, but it's mirrored by Winter. Both of these Lucios dropping that Sound Barrier to try and keep them nice and healthy in the fight. Greninja falling though. The Moira is going to be so huge for Whiteout. They can find the convert. Fifi going down as the trade. It's kind of close. This Reaper on the objective is really the one I'm looking at. Both Reapers, it's going to be a battle of who dies first, and I think it's Swifters, which means Ice Cream Parlor going to end up winning this fight if they can stack it onto the objective.
Yeah, now it's all about staggering. Now it's all about trying to get as much value out of this percent that you can. You're already down. You have some fast movers here. You have Little still on the point. You have Grey Ninja back. You have Donk. You know, just try to keep building up this percentage, which, you know, they're going to get a good 10% from that stagger, which, you know, in a losing fight is all that you can do. But, you know, we see a bunch of vaults get used there. Fifi got a little bit of value out of her blade, but it was all about the Reaper. As soon as the Swifters kind of went down, you saw kind of Ice Cream Parlor have a lot more space to work with, right? Emilio can kind of push up a little bit further, kind of take more space, and now you have, you know, a Coalescence and a Death Blossom, but an EMP coming up, and it's a Death Blossom from Emilio.
So brave from Emilio. They hack, they rush on. That fade is going to buy them a little bit of time. They just Death Blossom basically on top of themselves. Little runs into the loving arms of a very angry Beyblading Reaper. That's going to be the EMP they'll find for every squishy from Ice Cream Parlor is hacked up. Their EMP is gone, but they survived through it. They sustain through it. That EMP had to be the difference maker. It had to be the crucial factor, and it wasn't. Whiteout, as we said, it's going to be back to the slopes, back to the drawing board. Ice Cream Parlor going to enjoy themselves a nice, cool, refreshing mint choc chip, strawberry sorbet, whatever your favorite flavor is. If it's any fruit flavor, I think you're a little bit of a psychopath, but nonetheless.
that was great play from Ice Cream Parlor. They definitely brought it back after the Midtown. You know, I can kind of see how a map loss like that can be a little bit demoralizing, where you get full held and then lose in the first 30 seconds. But, you know, they played smart, they played well, they played quick, they played, you know, to the tempo that Whiteout sent. And it's one of those moments where, you know, that's what makes a good team, right? The ability to come back from that, the ability to be strong and to come down from, you know, winning the first map, and then you're like on your high horse, then you get kind of rolled on the second map, and you don't let that affect you. Say, hey, all right, let's go map 3. And that's exactly what Ice Cream Parlor did.
It just came in and slapped. Mustard, hello, welcome back. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, like, as Chasey said, we saw that exactly played as it was. I mean, I said this match was gonna be like the long one. It was gonna, you know, we're gonna have a draw in Midtown. We're gonna go all the way, you know, just like the all the works, right? But I mean, I guess that was close, you know, 2-1, you know, pretty close with that guess. And, you know, as you mentioned, both these teams, they played pretty well. I'd say like New Queen Street, you know, once you break through that initial point, right? Once you get that first fight, I mean, it's the one super high momentum favored, and, you know, we saw that come out. It was very, very close. And then Midtown was just a wash. No other words. Midtown was just a wash. And then they come back, Nepal, Ice Cream Parlor, they show what they're made of, right? They're serving it up.
Nepal was a wash, I think, honestly. Ice Cream Parlor completely ran them out the building. Whiteout, they weren't ready. They weren't ready for the tempo.
I mean, it was honestly just Ice Cream Parlor. They showed that on these, like, heavy, like, the very, you know, more free-form style of objective, right? So it's not, you know, not like the, oh, you have to push the payload and you have to defend against the payload. More of like a, you can do whatever you want and you have to capture this types of modes, right? Push and control, notably. Can't draw on those. You might be able to draw on push, but you can't draw on control.
Very true.
And Ice Cream Parlor showing that they are just the masters of that. And with that, the master of this game, the player of the match, goes to Fifi, who, I mean, spectacular DPS play from her today. Like, just blade, like I saw, like, blade after blade, getting a lot of value, able to just create so much space and just, you know, be one step ahead of Whiteout.
Yeah, I think definitely well deserved for Fifi. She definitely, you know, whether it was the, you know, I think it was more than just her alt usage that, you know, wasn't very, you know, maybe a lot of the times it wasn't flashy, but it was smart play from her, right? She saw that if you're going in with a dry blade, if I can get 2 kills, I'm going to get 2 kills. If not, then hey, I forced out beat and I'm just going to regroup with my team. So, you know, I definitely think that was a well-deserved player of the match. She played very, very smart, which, you know, on a Genji can be hard to do at times, where, you know, sometimes you get tunnel vision with a blade and you kind of just all in. But I definitely think a well-deserved player of the match.
Yeah, I think that the patience and restraint that Fifi showed on the Genji at times as well was genuinely game-winning for them. I think we only saw once where they had to go all in with that nano blade, that she kind of just went in 1v6 because something had to be forced, just nothing was happening for her team. But apart from that, Fifi's so good. And I mean, shout out to Swifters as well on this Sojourn, was popping heads and did some work on the Reaper. But in the end, I just think the macro play from Ice Cream Parlor, their communication, their target focus, but most importantly, their ult usage and how decisive they were with the tempo and the speed at which they wanted to play was so good. It just completely overwhelmed Whiteout, and they do get a map, so it's definitely going to help them in the long run.
So as we see the standings come up here, right? B League Group 1, the Brazil group of B League. Currently, Ice Cream Parlor with that 1-0, with the 2-1. You know, map differential, the second tiebreaker, will come in very handy as the round robin group stage breaks down further. And on the topic of breaking down further, that's all the breakdown will do for this match, at least for now. Don't go anywhere. Next up, we have Meow Marauders going up against Evo. You don't want to miss that match.
Turning left to dust, 'cause we know it can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Wandering in this place, how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space, so we still come back for more. Leaving it behind isn't always easy, but how we try. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. this. All of these texts and calls, it's just a lot of playing pretend. And I wanna do more than talk. I guess that you can call us friends, but that's not what I want at all. Get into the space that I'm in. I wanna do more than talk. I'm not feeling conversational. I don't really wanna play it cool. Take this to another level. More than talk. Go ahead and make it so comfortable. So you think you never be wanting us, as long as you take this to another level.
Yo, what's poppin'? It's Thompson, and I am your host for the final 2 matches of the opening day for BPL Season 4. Joined with me are my casters Mara and Rose. How you guys doing?
Hi.
I'm doing good, Tom. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I'm going to be even better after watching the Meow Marauders against Evo right here. They're playing in a different group from a previous match, so not quite, in the same realm. Like, same B League, but different group, so the outcomes don't really matter. But what are your thoughts on this match going forward here?
Well, I don't know about Mara, but I look at these two teams, and the first thing I notice is the DPS matchup. You have, on one end, Lure, Optical Crash, and Magnolia going up against Moopy, Chance, and Slimal. There is a ton of BPL history between these 6 players. Obviously, previous BPL experience being a prerequisite to enter into this tournament, but, I mean, again, specifically, you look at some of the names on this, and you have to look at the DPS. Specifically with the patch we're playing on, DPS is a role with such an outsized impact.
Yeah, DPS is very good right now, especially with characters such as Genji or Sombra or Sojourn right now, which are probably like some of the best characters in the game. It's very high impact characters. Like if your Genji and Sojourn are good enough, it really doesn't matter a whole lot what your team is doing as long as they're getting consistent picks and everybody else around them isn't crumbling like a house of cards mayhaps.
Yeah, sometimes while the DPS is really important, it's also impactful to supports here too, because you get times where you get the Genji goes in and he just doesn't find anything, and if he's good enough, that's great. But sometimes you get the Moira pick can come out if it's too much pressure, things like that. So I'm looking at the supports here as well, I think, between some of these players. You get Hayden on the support, captain of the team, and, playing, so that's always a treat to see.
No way, Haydenator playing. He's going to get second. Not again. No.
One day he will break that curse, though, and this team might be that team. Like Tom said, very scary roster, especially in the supports. I mean, on the other end, you have Sleeping, Kizzle, and Cryo, who are all in their own right, very significant players. But yeah, a lot of this matchup will be decided on how the supports can rotate their ultimates and how they can get those online. And now we're going to be taking a look at the group, especially from that previous match of Ice Cream Parlor against Whiteout.
Okay, so it looks like I lied. These guys are in the same group, so this does have impact within the round robin. But you know what?
Solomon.
I keep it 99. Solomon keeps it 99 as well. But this is going to be important to see here. One of these teams could take that top spot with the Ice Cream Parlor looking to cement themselves there as well. So let's see how they do on that front.
Yeah. I mean, we have our maps ready. I'm pretty sure our players are ready, and we're just waiting for the go-ahead, waiting for the little scene to transition here. And quick footnote about the rosters: Evo is actually not playing with their complete lineup. Hayden, Rocket, Mani, who's ringing, Fish, and Snippy, who is also ringing. So we are going to have 2 of those key players we actually talked about earlier subbed out. I mean, still, they're subs. We know who they are. We know their names.
They're there. Definitely there. We'll see how that impacts moving forward. Hopefully it's still not too far into the scrim time, so hopefully they can fit them in all right. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here, especially with these kind of maps we have coming up too. Starting out.
Yeah, I mean, starting off with Esperanza, right? Like most push maps, it probably does lend itself heavily to the comps that play fast, that love to reposition a lot, and especially given the state of the meta, like we talked about a little bit earlier, your Genji and Sojourn are going to be able to abuse those high ground positions, especially as it comes to around the capture point, the halfway capture point for both. And then our second map is going to be King's Row, and that's just going to be rush.
All day rush.
He loves King's
Would not be surprised to see, a bit of Reinhardt on both these maps, knowing the players in this, or the tanks in this game specifically, being Fish and Tommy Slat. I know Fish definitely does favor playing the Ryan a bit. But I don't know, Ryan in this meta is very strange because he kind of just falls over if you're not careful. Zarya is very, very effective right now and kind of can just melt most people in this game. She's pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's also going to be very important if they do bring out the Reinhardt that they need to make sure that they set that tempo extremely fast. Don't let that Rein shield break. And just kind of give her diesel onto the enemy, right?
Yeah. I mean, she scales out of control right now. You know, the bubble rotation and everything make her very hard to kill and take out of the picture. And actually, I believe this is, unless I'm skipping some other tournament in my mind, I think this is the first map of Esperanza that will be broadcasted in a competitive capacity.
Maybe. Who knows?
We're milestones, baby. It's definitely the first in BPL, and we beat Owl to the punch, so that's got to count for something. All right, now going into it, obviously, Mar, what sort of comps do you think we'll see here?
Expecting either Ryan or Zarya from both teams. Let's see. I'm, maybe this is not what I expected. Maybe a bit of spawn room trolling here from both these teams. I don't think these teams are going to be favoring the ball. Ball's kind of a silly guy here, I will say. Yeah, there's the Zarya. I've seen a bit of Winsome in this map, but I wouldn't be too shocked to see it. You know, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the nano boost going to be as powerful as ever. And Mani on the Sombra, actually. So two very distinct looks here as Meow Marauders are going to be going for that very fast-paced Zarya comp, and Evo looking to slow it down with the Sombra Monkey Dive.
It's all on how on how effective the hacks are in the early fight here for the side of Evo.
Going into this early pre-fight, we see Fish trying to take a little bit extra space away. Mani goes low, forced to translocate off. And Meow Marauders are already sort of asserting themselves. Evo having to fall back a little bit, not able to effectively set up that dive despite the Lucio speed boost. And are actually going to be dropping back around the corner as Meow Marauders are going to be able to pummel into them just a little bit. The anti-nade goes off, immediately cleansed by the Zarya bubble though. But Rocket, like his namesake, shooting up towards that early nano boost. And Creo's actually going to be hacked and taken low. Can he be cleaned up? No, the Bell from Pixel actually saves it just in time. The Peel also from Optical Crash is good. And Snippy might actually be punished here. Drops down to a single digit of HP and gets instantly healed up by Rocket, who again is rapidly nearing that nano boost. Fish looking to make full advantage of it should the opportunity arise. Nano will be coming online, but Fish goes down just as it does. Rocket not going to be able to get that off, forced to nade themselves as Tommy is just going to be walking into the backline with that high charge Zarya and burning the supports to smithereens.
Monty has a grab already, and I think that might just be a free fight win unless Hayden can build this beat very fast, which he's very close to it, but it depends on how fast they take this, especially considering like the side of Evo isn't really taking a whole lot of damage right now besides Fish. If they can play fast enough with this grab, they can get it off before, and just like I said, they couldn't even use the beat before it was used.
Money goes down. That's extremely rough for Evo to lose your Sombra, especially when she's getting so close to that beat, which you're going to rely on to be sort of that late fight winner, as Snippy will fall as well. Fish is forced to pop the Primal, and the choice to invest the beat here may be a little bit curious. Meow Marauders the whole time are not actually getting any cart contest, and there it is. So the butt scratch completed. Meow Marauders are just going to look to push right in with their own counter beat. Nothing to respond here. Fish will fall. Mani's EMP just sort of a shot in the dark as Optical throws in the blade now. And another resounding fight win for Meow Marauders.
That was a very good fight from the side of Meow Marauders there. They knew what they needed to do. As soon as they saw that beat came out, they kited out, and they just waited, and then they re-engaged with the counter beat. And now they have a really good fight with the Kiriko Rush and Laura's Death Blossom as well. Evo have nothing other than this Nano Blade, which, I mean, generally could be enough. But with Thomas falling so early,
The ults firing off back and forth here. Laura, though, picking up 3 with that Kitsune Rush Death Blossom. Snippy will fall despite the Nano coming out. Rocket will be making a last-second switch onto the Kiriko, but this point is still moving forward. Tommy will be low charge, but is approaching that grab again. Second one of the map, and it's only been like 3 minutes. Evo, nothing in the tank for them. Back's sort of against the wall right now. Fish making the switch over to Zarya themselves. Looking to take a fight early here, maybe try to pressure out something. Get a ton of early contest, but again, that early poke still going to Meow Marauders, who have been winning out every stage of these fights from the early pressure to the mid-fight ults, and that grab is going to be coming out on top of it. May not actually have any follow-up as the Bell comes through at a perfect time for Rocket as the bubble and the Wraith form wear off. Money, though, still going down. Traded out for Tommy, though, and Fish on the Zarya should be able to make a lot happen here with no opposing Zarya in his face. Evo also much closer to their spawn. It looks like Meow Marauders, yeah, are just going to try to take as much time as possible while they wait for Tommy to come back. And for the first time in this whole map, actually, Evo might actually be able to leverage their ult advantage, but it doesn't even look like they'll need it. As 2 more picks come through, Monty specifically on the Sojourn popping off a little bit. The bot is going to be making a sprint back towards the midpoint.
Meow Marauders really didn't even need to win that fight. All they needed to do was take time off and build ult, which is exactly what they did. Evo still does have a pretty sizable ult bank right now. Meow Marauders have so much right now. Optical Crash goes so aggressive with his blade onto Fish, forces out the grab so early. But with the bell coming in, shouldn't up to too much damage through it, really. Especially with Monty being traded out by Kizzle.
Kizzle with a fantastic headshot connected, sunk onto the Sojourn. The beat forced out to respond to the Kitsune Rush Death Blossom. Again, a staple of Meow Marauders' attack thus far, as it's just going to be Rocket left on the point. And yeah, Rocket attempted to start the fight there early for Evo by throwing in that Kitsune Rush, but as Evo ran in, Laura just popped the Death Blossom, and, well, they died.
Meow Marauders having this Kitsune Rush really isn't too much here, but again, they don't need to win these fights. All they need to do is drag them out as much as possible to drain down this time bank, considering how insanely big their lead is right now. 2 ults being used, not to too much effect right now, but they don't need to really win these fights.
Optical still gets a kill in all the chaos, but it doesn't look like it'll mean much as Mani soaring over the top there with the overcharge. Cleans up 1, but as I say that, Optical cleans up Mani, who overextends a little bit into the backline, actually. Nothing should come of this as Fish is back on the Zarya, but Meow Marauders have turned these fights around before.
They're just trying to make these fights last as long as they humanly can right now, and like they haven't even gotten past mid, so they've still had close spawns this entire game. Fish coming up with the grab here is probably going to be the difference maker in this fight, but it's still not looking great for the side of Evo right now.
Schnippy also on the Reaper specifically having that Wraith form pressured out so early, as opposed to Laura, who's getting a ton of free damage in. You can really see it in how pacey these Reapers have been playing. Laura, though, will actually get caught out as soon as I say that. Monty with another nice shot with the railgun. The beat forced out to keep Tommy alive. A big grab in response, and it looks like Meow Marauders are just piling on the pain on top of that. Fish goes down, the Kitsune Rush invested on the other side from Rocket, but Optical Crash's blade cuts and rings true. Monty will fall as well, and the dash resets are coming through in a huge way. That's the bell forced out, and Optical should just be able to shred through what little is left of Evo on this Genji. Meow Marauders.
They still haven't given up close spawns yet. They've just been fighting these fights in 2 locations, which is a little further from mid and like at their spawn. They have not been able to take any meaningful fights here. It's so rough. Laura in the corner here.
The Reddit Blossom, oh wait, that's not even gonna be necessary as Monty just gives up a pick for free. Death Blossom goes in, Fish no bubbles remaining, and the bell preserves Laura as that's another fight win with just the Death Blossom invested. That bot is going to be pushing right around the corner, right up to the doors. Evo staring down a map 1 loss.
Kitsune Rush coming in here from the side of Kizzle. I mean, honestly, with how straightforward this point is, that's all they need.
Tinks.
There's so much damage being dealt right now by Kizzle. They're in spawn having to use ults. They can't do anything in this fight. They're just investing all these ults for little to no avail here. Hayden falling to the high charge. Zarya, Laura as well, taking out Fish. This might just be a cap here for the side of Marauders.
Yeah. I mean, specifically in that last fight, right, you see the impact of the supports for Meow Marauders. Creo finding the perfect opportunity to speed Tommy in to close out a kill on a Hayden who was low. And obviously Kizzle, we saw the POV there, just sinking in headshot after headshot. Fish taken down to half HP, Schnippy on 1. Before they can even get out their spawn doors, Monty forced to pop the overclock as well. What a map for Meow Marauders.
My goodness, what an absolute roll we had almost. Holy. Oh, wow. I think I want to highlight the tempo there from the Meow Marauders. We're just blistering, blazing speed through like a wildfire through a dried out forest on a July afternoon. Holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I touched on it a little bit beforehand, but the fast like reposition heavy comps, and then like it was touched on elsewhere, the Zarya pick in particular just gave Meow Marauders such an overwhelming lead in that very first half that it was just sort of like Evo was incapable of coming back because Meow Marauders were just taking so much time every single fight.
And not only that, it was extra important that they had to play with that because they actually brought out the Kiriko, which we only saw a little bit in our first match of the day, I believe. And then
Also,
yeah,
Creo didn't die that entire map. The Lucio for Meow Marauders did not die once. Yeah, that's
dominant.
That's rough.
And it's not just the speed either. You even saw whenever they chose to give any space, it was always for like a good reason. Like you'd have the Reaper Blossom set up in the background, you'd push back and you'd wait on the high ground because then they have to push into that high ground right at that checkpoint. Impossible to break through almost. Like a chokehold there.
Like a lot of the time there, especially I noticed, like no matter what, they were always doing something. There was no downtime for the side of Meow Marauders there. They were always active. Also, I want to highlight Kizzle's use of the protective Suzu on the Kiriko. Perfectly timed a lot of the time. Like I believe there was a point in a grav where he used it so late, but it was good because they survived just long enough to actually be able to get value and not immediately die in the grav. It was very well timed from him as well. He hit a lot of very important headshots, not necessarily killing people, but just getting enough meaningful damage to actually confirm kills with optical crash on the Genji or lure in the backline on the Reaper.
Yeah, Fish is gonna be having nightmares about that early damage and spawn. No armor for you.
Absolutely gone. And credit to Evo a little bit because they tried to they knew they had to do something. They were switching around so much, trying to figure out what that perfect composition was, and they just weren't able to string those fight wins together. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 2-3 mappers so far. Looks like the universe may be trying to karmically balance that out a little bit with what is potentially going to be a very quick 2-0 for Meow Marauders. Again, especially with that dominant show of force, a mental-crushing opening of an Esperanza. Still don't know how to pronounce that.
Very important to see if Esperanza?
Brazilians and Portuguese people in the chat can just go ham on me right now. I fully admit to just not knowing how to say it.
I mean, the Overwatch team doesn't know how to say it either, so don't feel too bad.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Just put some words together and called it a day.
Esperanza.
Going into map 2 King's Row here, I mean, we might just see more of the same from the side of Marauders running that Zarya comp. Tommyslot was doing so much there. Like, I'm gonna give a statistical insight here. I believe Tommyslot. Actually, wait, no, you know what? I'll take it back. I thought the damage stats were going to be a bit more in Tommyslot's favor, but they're relatively equal, especially with Fish having to switch to the Winston a couple of times there and starting out on the Winston. Actually, relatively equal there, but it's just Tommyslot had 20 elims and Fish had 8 and 7 deaths versus Tommyslot's 4. I think you can't take the Zarya mirror, like, at least at the moment, because it just seemed like Tommyslot had... maybe it was just the team itself playing around the Zarya better, but it just seemed like Tommyslot was doing so much more a lot of the time there.
Yeah, I think they were setting him up more for success there as well. Because I see what the Evo was doing there. Because they had like the Sombra at the beginning there, and they're just looking to try and like stop the hacks. But whenever to stop the push with the hacks, and it's just like they just never got the chance. Like the hacks would never be there in time. The setup was too slow. Then you go over to the Sojourn, still not enough time to let Monty cook there. Not finding enough headshots to really propel them forward. So they're gonna have to figure out what they want to do, set up their Zarya better.
There definitely were some individual moments from Monty on the Sojourn there, but it just wasn't really enough.
Not enough follow up there.
That's just the nature of the beast that is Push, though, right? You lose so much momentum early on that it's just a monumental ask to try to claw your way back into the map, and it's hard for any team, like especially one that's playing on the back foot against as much pressure as Meow Marauders were putting out.
Yeah, and especially on this map too. This is like no one has a lot of experience on this map, so it's like you don't even know like what steps you need to take to push forward a lot of the times.
Yeah. That is on Esperanza. Everybody is relatively inexperienced. Now we're moving over to King's Row. That's a map that everybody knows, right? I mean, it is. I mean, what more can be said? I'm pretty sure everything that can possibly be said about this map has already been said.
It's daytime though, so now everything's different.
Oh, that's true, actually. That's true. Even though you cannot tell in the last stage of the map, It is daytime.
It
If
is.
you look up, if you look up,
Yeah.
you can see the beautiful London sky. London, a city known for its beautiful blue sky.
So no substitutions coming in for Evo. As I said before, they are, I believe, are missing a couple of people. But for Meow Marauders, I can say things correctly. Magnolia in for Laura and Sleeping in for Creo, I believe. So I believe Kizzle is making the switch over to the main support here, or at least off of Kiriko. So honestly, I'm a big fan of Zarya with BAP. I think Zarya, or BAP especially, is very good right now, like individually. And if you're good enough at BAP, you can do a lot, especially if you can time your lamps well enough.
I love Baptiste. I love Immortality Field. Yeah, but Evo on this Rhine comp are just going to be taking the first step right away. Tommy brought down instantly that Immortality Field, no LOS. Evo pile on the heat super early. Looking to get out the doors and make a statement. At the last map was maybe just a fluke. Still to be seen though, as first take is going to be rocketed past. I say that as Rocket does appear to be the one actually just sitting on the point. Monty gonna give Optical a little bit of a more difficult time getting out of spawn. And it doesn't look like Young Marauders are even going to be able to attempt to stage a recontest, and that's a disgusting shot from Monty on top of the damage from Skippy. Wow, that one's rough.
That was a great opening wall from Monty onto the Zarya, and then Sleeping was not able to react fast enough. Or maybe they did, honestly. I don't know exactly what happened, but either way, the lamp didn't come out or was destroyed so fast, and then Tommy just kind of exploded, and, you know, that's where we are right now. Yep. No one really has ult right now. Rocket, though, having the lead with the window here, probably going to have it first and going to use it very soon, especially considering how far up they are. Oh, another great wall.
That's another great wall, like you said, pressuring out that Immortality Field so early, blown up, and Tommy Slat quick to follow. And this is an amazing adjustment from Evo, switching to a comp specifically on the Mei that allows them to take so much space early on, especially against the Zarya, that, like you mentioned, doing a great job of outpacing.
Yes, they need to be playing faster than the Zarya consistently, or else the Zarya is just going to output a lot of damage. This Reaper, though, going in very far here, could get picked early depending on the positioning right now, but with how far up the rest of Evo is, I don't think it really even matters here. Sleepy is going to have to use the window pretty early just to relieve some of the pressure being put on them right now, but the Blizzard coming out from Monty. Oh, and
that's a big
barely
wall.
Catches Magnolia.
Yeah, Mag, they're gonna fall, and the Shatter comes out as well, laying out Optical in the blade. Evo now with the supports to keep Fish alive. Meow Marauders may not even be able to make it around this corner for a recontest. Doesn't, and yeah, in fact, they're just giving it straight up. That's a big time bank, holy shit.
Yeah, that is quite fast. Another.
They're just straight in.
They're just
there's no pause, no hesitation from this Evo team. A complete 180 from what we saw on them on the last map. Fish, Snippy, and Noct have just been, Monty rather, have just been getting in there, and Mac is gonna fall and spawn. This is brutal. I mean, again, talk about a total flip of the script. Optical going to be moving over to the Echoes. Meow Marauders make a comp adjustment that seems to be trying to slow the game down more.
I mean, depending on how these dynamites and stickies are being used. Oh, Tommy Slat.
Tommy. That's a beat. That's a big beat and a big grab on top of it. However, the Immortality Field layered on top. There's no blade or anything to really follow up with that big cleave damage into the grab. Fish is just going to be totally fine with just tanking it. Meow Marauders looking for anything at all, and that might just come at the hands of Magnolia. They find Rocket, and Evo starting to run low on gas. Big Shatter, and it immediately converts into 2 kills, 3 for Evo. Snippy just following up perfectly on a nice Shatter from Fish as the health pools did start to dwindle. And Meow Marauders now once again looking for an answer, as Mag's just going to be the last person standing up on this high ground.
Mag having the Bob, though, as well as Rocket falling so early, Fish being countercharged as well by the Bob, I believe it was actually there. It's not, it's very winnable here for the side of Meow Marauders, just barely. But the Echo taking so much damage right now, if they can just cleanly disengage, they can definitely just come back in like 10-20 seconds with the Ryan and just take another fight here.
Oh, and Kizzle falling as well! The window instantly going to come out on top of that, and Optical having to drop back super fast. Sleeping will manage to top the Echo off as 2 more picks go the other way. Tommy having come back on the ball and rapidly approaching that minefield will be content to just take the one in Hayden with him. Mag falls as well. Optical's gonna have to try to make something work here as Kizzle back on the Mercy now just to try to give that Echo a little bit more gas. Optical on the copied Rhine is gonna be looking for something with this Shatter coming up. Mag actually making the switch over to the Sombra as well. Optical might not even be able to get this Shatter off as soon as I say that though. Fish does get stunned by it. But the Death Blossom doing so much good work in preventing Meow Marauders from having any sort of meaningful follow-up on the Shatter. But as the fight breaks down, Evo did have to bend and break. Snippy falling, Rocket falling as well, and man, what a hectic fight with the two teams both getting so split.
Snippy making the switch over to Soldier, specifically just for Optical Crush on this Echo, but I mean, I think that's a good switch in general, but I don't know how much you're really going to be putting in the basket of just countering one character, like when you lose all the front pressure of the Reaper here. Hack going out onto Rocket, you might just feel the pressure out the Immortality field very early or even get a kill.
Oh, no MO drawn out, Sleeping forced off this high ground by some pressure from Mani. And the Blizzard goes in, doesn't quite connect anything, but that's still a lot of space that they have to give up. Tommy, though, dives into the backline, and Sleeping actually perfectly cleans up right before that May wall goes up. Point still getting pushed. Mani finds Kizzle, but I don't think this will amount to anything, as in the end, Meow Marauders have a severe spawn and man advantage.
Alright. Tommy Slot is actually just like taking up like the entirety of Evo's headspace right now. I don't know if you saw it there. There was like 3 people on him in the backline, while simultaneously the rest of Evo was pushing in. Like, they put so much pressure onto him and they couldn't kill him. Like, he got so low at the end there, but now they're switching entirely their comp around just to try and put some pressure on this ball. Money going over to the zombie here.
EMP is available too. That's a big slam in, but Mag falls before they can get off the EMP. Tommy is going to be antied and Fish isolated and taken out. Rocket nowhere near that Nano, just having come off the switch. Even with that increased, that new ult charge transfer passive, isn't gonna mean squat. Meow Marauders take another fight, and Mag getting picked first there means they still have the EMP in the back pocket though.
That was a great fight for Meow Marauders. They got 1 pick and used the window, I believe. Not even, actually. And they just won the fight. And now they're having a very good ult bank coming in this next fight here. Ideally, just using this EMP.
Fish hacked on the high ground. Fish hacked on the high ground is going to mean that Monkey's going to be pressured out so much. Forced to drop back. The beat forced out. And they can just layer the EMP on top of it here. Fish blown up instantly. Snippy's fast to follow. And Monty can hack on point all they want. It's not going to mean anything as Meow Marauders just run it in as time bank. Formerly 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Now well under a minute.
I thought for a second that Kizzle was on Lucio and he had just beat it, but I realized no, they duplicated the Lucio. I was really confused for a second there. Fish making the switch over to the Zarya just to try and survive these dives a bit more. But with Monty coming up on this EMP, it might just be what they need to finally crack open this point. But I mean, with how vertical they're playing right now, it's going to be so hard for Monty to actually connect onto everyone on the side of the Marauders here.
Low. Rocket gets taken down so low, so early, just from the pocketed pressure that Optical provides. Snippy, though, with the Nano Blade jumping right on top of it, clipping the Echo out of the air. Sleeping will get rezzed. Hack comes through onto the Genji. And if Sleeping can stay alive with this window, might be able to get something done. Will get antied, but Evo not really getting any meaningful picks. Kizzle, though, falling may mean that change. Tommy falls as well, having come back out on the D.Va, and Monty trades are going through like mad, but Evo just seems to be barely scraping it out with that Zarya and that point presence.
All things considered, that was a very good defense from the Meow Marauders for how poorly it went at the beginning there. Getting that into from 5 minutes into OT is very good, and I definitely think that's a very like the adaptations they made just to play so much more. I guess they were just spamming the out so much more and actually being able to get cooldowns out of them and draw some attention from the. I'm trying to put words onto the out here. I'm like, basically, there was just so much pressure being put onto the side of Meow Marauder or of Evo from the DPS so early in this fight they couldn't come in with clean engages, having use a speed boost early or a lamp early. There was so much being done. Hi Creo. So much done pre-fight that they were really able to actually just poke and prod them and just get 1-2 good picks early fight, or just draw enough attention to actually be able to win those fights that they were taking they were taking so long that they just ended up losing just because of the value of the Echo or the Ashe with a damage boosted Mercy. Honestly, best Mercy I've seen in BPL so far, Mr. Kizzle. Congrats.
I can,
That
yeah, I think all of that talk can be boiled down to 5 words. You ready? Tommy
I'm ready.
Ballin, Optical go kill.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, the comp swaps were panicked, but actually ended up working with that very slow, very long distance poke comp, really working out in Meow Marauders' favor as Evo just sort of ran their head into the wall for better part of 5 minutes. Now, Mani on this Sombra looking to make their impact just as hurt as in the previous round. Meow Marauders are going to be taking a lot of early damage, and sleeping actually on the Ana does mark a noticeable difference for how this Meow Marauders Zarya comp will be playing. The hack, though, coming through onto the Zarya, the anti as well, not meaning anything, actually, as Evo's just gonna walk forward with it.
Fish already has Shatter.
Soul might not actually get out alive here, and yeah, Brian already has a Shatter.
Depending on how Kizzle uses his Bell, though, that could really not mean a whole lot, depending on if Kizzle gets Shattered as well, you know, the Bell reversing all stun effects.
It is possible to self-cleanse with the Bell with that travel time.
Oh, yeah!
I mean, it would be a huge pop-off moment for the Kiriko of Meow Marauders, but I mean, it is possible. However, though, you're looking at what Evo have to work with, and that early window could mean a lot in terms of once that Zarya is pressured out, the Shadow's just going to come through onto the backline, and that's both supports taken out of the picture. Fish with a nice little 3k there, Tommy falling to Mani with no support whatsoever. And that's a resounding team kill. Evo might have lost a little steam at the very end of their attack, but not out of it yet by a long shot.
I don't know how much this Reaper is really doing here, because, like, these fights aren't even really being taken right now. Like, look at the ult difference, like, compared to everybody else on Meow Marauders versus just the Reaper here. Early window being used by Rocket as well, being forced out the Bell as well. Oh, people taking so much damage. Oh.
Optical going down, loses the blade to it as well. The Nano, I think, yeah, invested onto Tommy just to keep the Zarya alive, try to make something happen in this fight, but it doesn't look like it's happening. Hayden does get antied, but will be able to slip out of there safe and sound. As Evo with another resounding fight win, and that's a huge win con out of the picture for Meow Marauders. Optical switching over to the Echo and Kizzle on the Mercy to try to make something happen, it seems. But I don't really know how much it can do as Rocket continues to laser Optical out of the air. The res will come through and Mani will fall. The grab layered on top of it may mean something, but the beat comes out from Hayden. The Immortality field as well, and Evo's looking nice and healthy still as Meow Marauders continue to have nothing but Magnolia comes in with 3! The Death Blossom so big for the Reaper, completely silent in the round up until now. Optical just, well, finishes cooking that fish, and Meow Marauders will, by the skin of their teeth, rip first points away from Evo.
Magnolia, I would assume they notice, hey, you know, they use Lamp and they use Beat, so they can do absolutely nothing, especially when the Sombra dies pre-fight to Magnolia themselves. But EMP coming in, EMP Shatter, and yeah, it's over. Well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first point secured, which is something for Meow Marauders, and I mean, they are coming up on their next supporter rotation, so assuming Sleeping doesn't get tragically staggered here, which he doesn't, and also assuming this spawn position gets scouted, which it does, okay. That's two potentially disastrous things, both barely prevented. Tommy, though, isolated off on the side here, may not be able to get back to the good graces of Sleeping in time. And that's... Tommy is going to be taken out again. And Evo doing such a good job with this Reinhardt and Sombra of isolating that Zarya super early on. And are going to drop back to the choke here, but the damage is already done. Meow Marauders, Tommy's having to make the switch off, and Marauders are playing scared.
I definitely think the D.Va is better here, you know, showing that already with the pick on 2
That's a D-Mech.
Trading the mech, though, not great. But the D.Va, it just is a lot better, especially against the Baptiste, being able to actually mitigate the healing that the Baptiste can do, or just isolate the Ryan and shove him in a corner and bully him.
I mean, Mag and Optical on the duplicated Reinhardt just walk into Fish. Schnippy's absence there actually sort of being felt in that there's no additional cleave damage or deflect to peel for the Rhine. Fish just gets taken out, and Tommy doesn't die on Baby D.Va that whole time, so halfway through the fight gets the mech back, and suddenly there's a full health D.Va in your face, and it's hard to recover any sort of fight disadvantage at that point.
Fish pick can switch over to Zarya here, which is definitely a good pick under the D.Va, especially just being able to, you know, get a lot of free ult charge and get a lot of pressure onto just the entirety of the Marauders not having any sort of static shield or a whole lot of cover really at all. I'm only going to the backline here, or
that's beefed teleport just a little bit. I think, yeah, that was definitely supposed to be more aggressive than it was. The EMP is going to come out, the blade layered on top of it. Sleeping will fall. I mean, I guess that's something. Hag will be rezzed up. Tommy will get demeched here and potentially staggered. It looks like that's the plan as the Baby D.Va's left entirely alone. Desperately chipping away with that pea shooter, but that's a wait. That's actually no.
As soon as you went into the small room with Zarya, you weren't winning that one, to be honest.
No, but how does Tommy get a kill there, man?
I don't know. What I do know there is, I mean, it's crunch time for the side of Meow Marauders right now. However, they have a very good ult bank going this next fight here. Ideally, just using maybe the Seth Blossom just to get one good pick. But with Fish having this grab here, Thomas is going to pressure all on him right now just to eat this grab. So just to completely cut out that win condition that they potentially have here. As well, actually, Tommy's putting a lot of pressure onto Monty right now. Fish anti as well, going to the pre-fight here. Oh,
for an aggressive Death Blossom, doesn't quite get it. Mag not able to make the hero play happen again. The Immortality Field comes out, not wasted early like you mentioned in that previous play. And the Nano layered onto Tommy as well, just to give Meow Marauders any sort of chance of hanging on. But the grab thrown onto the supports, the Bionade rather, will just be tossed in, but doesn't look like it matters much unless this bomb is the biggest in history, and only netting Rocket Optical on the duplicated Genji has a Herculean ask here. Tommy Slat gonna be taken out of mech. Mag cut down to size as well. The Baby D.Va again finding Monty, and actually Tommy finds a second on the Baby D.Va. This is winnable now. There are bodies back on point. Evo have to invest the beat here. And okay, Schnippy's blade should just end this. Okay, yeah, the Lucio falling will mean Mag has very little additional support on point. All eyes are going to be on the Reaper now. I can't imagine they live for too much longer. Yeah, Tizzle not even going to be able to manage a last second contest. And Evo, what a return into this series.
Okay, map 3. A statement there definitely being made by the side of Evo that they aren't going out of the series out of fight even after that. I'd say, you know what, I'll say it. Tragically not very close first map of Esperanza. However, they brought it back. And, you know, Oasis, if they're going to be playing rank comps, they definitely could be, you know, I'd say they have a chance.
They have a decent chance, especially because you can get those kind of maps like a University. You can bring that rank comp back out, and they look spectacular on it. Did exactly what we said that they needed to do before this match started. You know, play that tempo, play very fast. Remarkable. They understood the assignment on that one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, what more is there to say? Fish on the Reinhardt with a completely different look from the previous map, taking so much onus into his own hands to really be the one to put the foot down and swing first, which is something that Evo completely lacked on Esperanza.
And they didn't just have the Reinhardt there, because they do have to cap out C without it, because those high grounds are just brutal whenever you don't have anything to really deal with them. You just have to hope that your alt rotation is going to do it all. But then that swap into the Zarya, it looked pretty good at that point too. And I was a little like it's good into the D.Va, of course. I was like, oh, well, Optical Crash could probably get a lot going on at the Echo here, even more with the Zarya, but they were all good. It was really good. So
yeah, I mean, there. Yeah, and Hayden and Hayden and Rocket in particular, much more impact on this map than the previous one. Hayden's beats were always well timed. Pretty consistently won them out fights, with the exception of that one that immediately just got EMP'd away. Rocket on the Baptiste, finding a extremely likely disproportionate amount of Evo's first kills. Like picking Optical out of the air with the help of the window a few times, just meant that Meow Marauders really couldn't take any space for free without threat of being punished not only by the DPS and Fish, but also by the backline.
Yeah, absolute menace, because he was the only thing that could really deal with the Echo, and he was doing it perfectly. Like, no problem there. So great work, especially on speed, especially there, because you get that high ground. Boom, big. Very happy, very exciting. Classic, bring it back from last map. Gotta keep them close. No 2 mappers today.
No 2 mappers today, that's for sure.
We have one more after this. That's very possible.
Oh, true,
I believe that we will finally get a 2-0, a dominant first day victory for one of the teams in Britain or Brazil. I don't actually know the groups. I don't know.
Possible.
The one thing
the next game is after. I mean,
silly Mara, didn't you know the constants? The 2 constants of Britain and Brazil. Nobody's winning in any of those. Nobody's winning. Everyone's a loser. Except for us. We get plenty of Overwatch 2 to watch. Now coming into Oasis, what are your expectations on what sort of comps we're going to be seeing here?
Well, we're on University, so I believe Evo's going to be on Orion comp. Meow Marauders, they could be on Ball, they could be on Zarya, they could be on Diva. There's definitely a lot of options for them here, but they need something to try and take down this Ryan comp, which they didn't do great with, but coming back in here with the lineup they had on the first map of Esperanza with Creo and Lure coming back in, maybe that's the difference they need. Who knows?
I mean, this is map 1 Meow Marauders against map 2 Evo, right? You have the Ryan May Reaper Rush against the... Oh, and Tommy's actually going to be, electing to make the last minute swap over to the Diva. And this is a complete comp swap, actually. Lore picking up the Sojourn, Kizzle on the Zen, and Creo on the Bap. Alright, so Meow Marauders going for a much more heavily poke-based look. Fish is going to have to do his best staying alive here, Simulator. Just being... Oh, and Kizzle finds Rocket early. That's the Danger Man from the previous map taken out of the equation right away. Kizzle will fall, but not before Optical cleans up Fish. A little bit of an overextension from the Reinhardt there just to try to make a play happen, and Schnippy's actually going to be chased all the way down into the Mega Room. Cleaned up by Optical. Hayden drops down to try to make something happen, but a resounding first fight went for Meow Marauders off of a fantastic first pick from Kizzle.
It really just depended on where the core of Evo went there. They didn't engage fast enough on the high ground. The backline of Meow Marauders got set up. The Discord went out, and Rocket died. Yeah,
I mean that's the threat of the Zenyatta, right? Oh, that's actually a really nice accidental tag onto Mani, scouting the Sombra from a super early position. Tommy is going to be taken low. Might actually just get removed out of mech here, but the Diva does drop, picks up that Mega Pack. And Evo not actually able to upset Meow Marauders off the high ground. Will get the point cap. Lore will fall. Rocket again making his presence known in the server. And that high charge Zarya on point could be a problem here, especially with Tommy getting demeched. Meow Marauders have no real way to get into this without losing more point percentage.
Meow Marauders, honestly, they got a very solid disengage there. They lost 1, and I'm like, oh, and we lost Steve Mac as well, so we can just leave. They didn't chase those kills at all. I think that might potentially be a pretty bad thing here. Oh, actually making the switches again. Kizzle onto the Kiriko, Tommy onto the Zarya. With how the Zarya matchup went in the first map, honestly, I couldn't tell you how this is really going to go. But right now, at least, it's looking like Evo is in a very good position, having the grab and the EMP online soon, depending on how fast this fight is taken.
Optical dies!
Optical...
Optical has consistently throughout the series gone for more and more playmaking tendencies, and it seems like Evo's been able to identify that. Rocket in particular doing so much to mitigate how much damage this projectile player for Meow Marauders can do. This is... Rocket in particular has had a fantastic pop-off in these last 2 maps.
Ani as well, just being able to single out Optical on the Genji with the hacks is going to be very, very important here, especially with Creo.
Creo!
Oh.
That's no Baptiste, and now only the Kiriko heals to rely on Optical with the blade in hand. Maybe looking to actually make a play here as Fish does drop back. Mani forced to translocate. Nice work to not overextend from the Sombra of Evo there. Meow Marauders coming up on ults, but Evo seems to be in complete control of the tempo of this. The blade layered on top of the beat. Optical takes out the highly valuable Immortality Field, and Schnippy just counterblades into the backline. Ults exchanged, and Evo comes out on top in a pretty significant way. Tommy, though, still around on the high charge Zarya. Grab gets off, and it's a 1v1 now on point. I mean, that's a presence of a high charge Zarya, I guess. Monty will be able to juggle some contests, just enough time for Fish to get back. However, Meow Marauder supports are back in full force as well. The Kitsune Rush available. Immortality forced out from Rocket. Fish forced to drop back around the corner, now having made the switch over to the Reinhardt. And Meow Marauders will be able to take that away, if only barely, by some amazing clutch play from Tommy Slab.
I charge Zarya really does just kind of win sometimes. Oh, but EMP coming in here, Kitsune Rush being used. It's not looking great for the side of Meow Marauders though, with Tommy Slab falling so early. Lore in the backline though, 2
Rocket's
being
so
picked
low.
up, 3 even being picked up for the DPS of Meow Marauders. Barely winning another fight off of just a hero play coming in from Lore in the backline with Optical falling up on the damage.
Creo making the switch over to the Moira. I wonder if this is something that's going to be stuck to. But yeah, like you said, Tommy Slat gets picked early there, but Meow Marauder's response to send Lore in with that speed-boosted Death Blossom, fantastic. Monty forced to translocate away, pressured out and low. Rocket pops the window though, and Kiesel gets picked by Fish somehow. That's, I don't think how a medium to long range support is supposed to work. Optical, though, shredding away on the Tracer, will stick the shield. Fish is so low under so much pressure. Snippy does manage to find 2 kills, but it's the Genji super alone on the point. Tommy Slat still hanging around. Genji's gonna walk right into the loving arms of Optical. Snippy will deflect and wins out the 1v1 on low health, actually. Hayden has to not die here. As soon as I say that, though, the Lucio does get picked off in an attempt to retreat. Snippy not able to make more happen on that same 20 hit points. Tommy Slat does get hacked and taken down. Fish with the Shatter will connect onto Kizzle. No kill netted quite yet. Monty will fall to Creo on the Moira. Looking just like my Plat games, holding down the right click. And the overtime fight will go to Meow Marauders on a comp that underwent some rapid evolution.
Tommy Slat just didn't die. That's really like what happened. He got so much value living there. As long as he did, I believe he charged up like another half a grav or so. Like after using that first one, he dealt so much damage in that fight and clutched it out so much on that Zarya here. We are.
Yeah. Well, no. Hayden. No more defecation sounds.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, whoever was observing in that moment.
Somebody make muting Hayden into an emote.
Please.
I believe in you. Okay, so Evo actually is going to be coming out on the variant 6-man. Okay.
Capture the objective.
Starting on the D.Va here, very interesting. I definitely think it's a better response to the Winston comp, though, being able to micromanage that Reaper, especially with how much damage you can just kind of deny. And
Fish is getting so pressured early on. That Fish instantly removed at the hands of Optical and Tommy Slat. Snippy will find his opposing number, but the damage might already be done. Tommy Slat's still on high enough health that Snippy can't like reliably burst. And the Genji's actually just going to slowly get whittled away into nothing on coast, unless... How is Snippy still alive? Okay. The madness ends, Snippy falls. Eva will have a point contest here, able to draw out a little bit more from Meow Marauders potentially. Hayden taken low, getting chased down by Tommy, will barely escape with his life, and these Evo players are living for so long when they have absolutely no right to. The capital for Meow Marauders will come through, Monty will fall, and finally, something will actually happen off of a pick. Yeah, that was...
Okay, so basically, D.Va is very, very powerful right now, and she deals a lot of damage. She can do a lot. And, like, I believe there was just an entire micro missile clip being dumped into a Fish there, taking him down to like less than half health. Now more defecation sounds in chat. Fish making the switch over to the Zarya. Definitely a very good pick here, but you have to be playing this like very well to get around the D.Va. And Tommy Slat honestly is playing very well around the Zarya most of the series, especially when Fish has actually been on it. So probably just going to be using this Kitsune Rush very rapidly here, and there it goes.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush right into the backline, forces out the Fade, and both supports actually to drop back around the corner, and Rocket is still eons away from an ult that should be generated really quickly, and that's so significantly because of the fact that Fish got picked super early in that first fight. Rocket now switching over to the Ana to try to generate a little bit of extra burst playmaking potential with that Nano and that Anti, but Meow Marauders with 4 ults online and point percentage ticking up past 60. This is going to be a huge ask for Evo here to break back in, maybe off the Blade of Schnippy, but the tools, aside from the beat, really aren't there. Schnippy comes in with a Blade, but Lure instantly with 2 on the Blossom. And that is, well...
Excuse me.
If a Genji blades in the forest and there's nobody around to get hit, does it even make a sound?
Okay, Evo, you have to win this fight. You have 5 ults. Oh, Shimmy making the swap over to the Sombra as well. Very good to put more pressure on Thomas out here, but this bomb coming out early could just... Oh,
that's
getting a lot of damage onto Hayden, but unfortunately nothing falls to it.
Optical beat with the blade, but it's just going to be instantly met with the beat from Hayden. Will actually clean up Rocket at the end of the day, though. Fish gets the grab off. Tommy is going to be taken out of mech. Monty sort of churning in that damage on the Reaper. And yeah, just barely off of maybe a little bit of a troll bomb. Meow Marauders are going to lose this point, and Evo are starting to start building up their own percentage.
But crucially, Evo used a lot in that fight. Like, they're close to some impactful ultimates here, but nothing really, like, majorly up there other than Rocket's Nano Boost. But Meow Marauders having this Kitsune Rush could just win the fight for them, like, almost instantly, depending on how well it's used and the positioning of the backline of Evo here. It's all going to be on how long Rocket can live and if they can get this Nano Boost off, really.
This reposition seems to be working out for Meow Marauders in the early fight. However, the Kitsune Rush invested does mean that Meow Marauders can just stampede onto point. Rocket isolated early on. Fish, though, finding both DPS on the high charge Zarya. That Nano from Rocket posthumously getting so much done. And just the supports left from Meow Marauders. Rio is going to be taken out, and Evo are going to steam up past 40 and likely get to at least 50 here.
Rocket living just long enough to get that Nano Boost off is what saved them there. If that hadn't happened, he died like a frame earlier, that fight would have been ended and this map would be over. But now Evo are in a very good position here to at least extend this to the last fight with all the ults they have right now. The Reaper probably going to be what's coming up next here.
Real swing chip, let's go. Oh wait, Monty's in the backline, the Death Blossom popped, and yeah, appearing in from the bottom of the screen is the Reaper of Evo, finding an all-important pick in Creo there. Optical forced to drop back, the EMP layered on top of it, 70% accrued already for Evo. Grav layered on top, and that's gonna be Evo storming up past 80. There's so much momentum now in Evo's hands. Both support ults should be online by the time this fight will come through, and Meow Marauders are gonna be coming back at a hectic pace, to say the least. Wow.
Meow Marauders actually have all of their ultimates, and like depending on how well Hayden, if Hayden can get this beat off, it's gonna have to be used perfectly just to actually be able to like survive this onslaught of ultimates incoming here.
The beat's forced out super early by amazing backline pressure from the Sombra of Mani. Trav is gonna be invested, but the sleep is perfect. Rocket will fall as the trades are coming through, but Fish finds the opposing number in Tommy. It's the high charge Zarya alone on the point. Fish against the world, and well, he's out of water, out of gas, out of water, out of charge, and out of time for Evo as Meow Marauders gonna be able to sail away on this one.
I think that kind of just came down to the ult economy at the end there. Like a lot of the time, it was just like they had such a good first lead there, getting to 99, that it was kind of inevitable that they were going to get at least one good ult fight. And since Evo wasn't actually able to have enough of an economy of their own, they really weren't able to withstand it. It was a very good early pressure being put onto Creo there to actually force out the beat, but it just wasn't enough for them really to be able to outvalue how much having, I believe, 4 or 5 ultimates in that last fight would just give you, really.
Yeah, it's pretty insurmountable whenever you have that many ults just available at the very end. They had the time to build them too, so that's just how she goes. But very, very close matches. Even though it was a 2-0 on that map, it didn't really feel like it, to be honest. It was very back and forth both ways the entire time.
Well, nail biter.
Well, not back and forth because it was one way and then the other way, but you know what I mean? It was back and then forth, not back and forth.
That's I back and a subsequent fourth. I see. Yeah, I mean it was a fantastic effort from Evo to make this competitive. Fish in particular showing up so much on those last 2 maps. But I mean, hey, in the end, Meow Marauders were the ones to take it. And if you guys had to pick like a I don't know what you would call it, but a player that in this match had an outsized impact. I don't. Again, the terminology eludes me, but what would your guys
large
think
value user, perhaps?
I'm split between Kizzle and Tommy Slot. Truthfully, I think they both did a lot. Maybe because a lot of obviously they were subbed out, or so I'm like, did Kizzle do a lot on Mercy on map 2? I don't know how much I can really put stock in that because it was kind of rough for them on map 2. But on maps 1 and 3, they had a very big impact on the Kiriko especially. But Tommy Slot was just consistently doing a lot the entire series. Even on map 2 of Kings Row where they lost, it was still even close. It was as close as it was, partly because of how the tank play came in from Tommy on the D.Va, on the Wrecking Ball, on the Zarya, whatever they were on. It was a very big impact from tank player, I suppose. I don't know. I truly cannot decide.
I also really like the flexibility from Tommy there. We saw him on a bit of everything there, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. We'll see. Apparently the council has decided, and the council has chosen neither. We have war.
Okay, I was actually gonna bring it up in the discussion with Kizzle. Is that part of why Kizzle looked so good on that Kiriko? I think is because of the fact that Lore was playing off of it immaculately, right? Like the bells were there to support a Reaper that was getting so much done. You saw, especially on map 1, the amount of space that this Reaper was able to take, and then on top of it, like in map 3, you had that one Kiriko rush where Tommy died early and Lore instantly pushes into the backline. The response from this DPS line, the responses in mid-map and even across the course of the series from this Meow Marauders DPS were so good.
A lot of mechanical hero plays, and you know what? Well, sometimes they don't work out, but when they do, may as well try. You know, give her a go on that one. Yeah. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, you waste Death Blossom. Oh no, my Death Blossom.
Death Blossom.
All good there.
It's broken.
We should have some interviews coming in here soon, though. I would assume. I can see some people waiting in the waiting room. Optical and Tommy Slot from Meow Marauders. And whenever that happens, I suppose.
Any day now. Any day now.
Any day now. I was trying to send it into the interview, and now I feel really dang. This is like, This is really awkward.
I'm just watching the little monologue going on in the production chat. As to justify why Tommy Slot was robbed of match MVP.
Tommy should have been there.
So yeah, I mean,
okay, I don't think there's actually going to be an interview. I lied. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Look, I mean, so all right, so we're gonna go to a quick break.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Take it away. Take it away, Tom.
Yeah, we're gonna have a break. Right back after we're gonna have the last match of the night, and you know what? I guess that's that. I don't know what else to say.
See you on the flip side.
Do you need me the way I miss you? 'Cause I can barely.
Yo, everybody, welcome back to the final batch of the first day of BPL season 4. Season 4, only four of these things?
Yeah,
Oh my.
I think so.
Yeah.
I've never been that good at counting, but I think we're on 4.
Yeah, and we have the Platinum Giants against Catalyst. Second cat team of the day.
Yeah, I mean, vamos, we're going to Brazil. We are going to Brazil at long last.
No, we just left Brazil.
Oh, we're
going
out
to
of Brazil.
Britain. Yeah,
We're not.
we have made it out of Brazil.
No!
First time ever.
No!
First people to ever make it out of Brazil.
We're out of Brazil. We went to the UK.
Out of the pan and into the fire or whatever.
Alright, so yeah, obviously the first match, the debut match for our Britain group here, Platinum Giants against Catalyst. I mean, they are ordered as the top 2 in the group right now, but nobody's played a match yet, so nothing to really talk about.
Yeah, we have some rosters here for sure. Nice
sure.
3 DPS, 2 tank, 2 supports on both sides. We love to see it. We have the most expensive player in B League with Jordan on the Platinum Giants, so keep an eye out for him. He has a big money bags to fill.
Yeah, and the tanks actually are something I wanted to touch on, because this might be the first match of BPL where not only do we have a big showdown in between Navino and Jordan, potentially 2 of the best, if not potentially the 2 best tanks in the B League, but also this is like one of the first matches I can think of where the tank rotation, who you actually play, might be extremely important. Where like I could actually see like a tank player being counterpicked for like a sub or something like that, as both subs in 4 and Obscure are also very dynamic and highly impactful players in their own right.
The return of Obscure reference. It's been a bit. His last appearance was in Sub 24. I just wanted to point that out. He's been gone for a bit. He's making his return. I actually don't know if he's here tonight. Obscure is now a support, which I think is actually more accurate to his role. So your point about tanks is completely out the window, which is kind of unfortunate. But you know, it happens.
It certainly does. But also, I mean, hey, I still contend that Navino and Jordan are potentially 2 of, if not potentially the 2 bests in this B League here. So this still should be a very interesting matchup to look at.
Sure, and it's going to be very interesting because, like, most of the time you don't want to sub out your best player, but the Platinum Giants looks like, according to the statistics, according to the numbers, the little icons at least, they will have to do that at some point in this series. So it'll be very interesting how they cope almost with that.
And hopefully don't end up seething.
No seething here, hopefully.
No
I'll
seething
say,
here.
coming up first map, do we have any expectations for comps or anything? You know, any inklings of maybe what these teams will be favoring or anything like
See
that?
some Zarya gaming, maybe.
Yeah,
perhaps.
I mean,
I know.
Zarya's strong.
I'd be looking at my friends list. I'd be looking at my leaderboard. I see Jordan has a lot of Zarya hours, so I presume he's gonna give some diesel on that.
Yeah, I mean, Zarya is really strong right now. It's Push, which, as we talked about in the previous match, is a map type which really lends itself to fast comps that can aggress a lot, take space, not take a whole lot of time with setup, and you can just play your matchup well, right? Like, you don't have to... There's no real, like, super in-depth nuance to a map that is mirrored, right? Like, you're playing the same thing in one direction or the other. So... yeah, I'm fully expecting a Zarya mirror here on map 1.
Yeah. And I mean, using that, like, about how you want to maneuver around the map, that's probably the biggest challenge with push, is knowing when you need to push back, when you can go forward, what places you want to hold. Do you want to push up to their high ground? Do you want to give them the high ground? Just chill, let them push to you. There's a lot of things you have to think about as a team. So it'll be very interesting to see, you know, how they move that.
Something I want to see, at least, from both these teams is a little bit more of a direct hit scan head to head. Show me some Sojourn mirrors. I want to see some clips. It was a whole lot of Genji on last match. I think it's time to let the other end of it shine.
I want to see some Kovacs gameplay.
Yeah, real.
From left to right. Cookie clicker gameplay even.
Oh yeah,
Cookie clicker high scores.
We love a little bit of point and click action. And yeah, going from Colosseo onto the later maps in the series, again we're seeing Oasis, but Midtown actually is going to be like at least I assume would be like a pretty stark departure from that like heavy, like fast-paced rush mirror, where one side will probably opt more into the dive, but I mean, who knows? It's all
interesting thing about this map pool is I don't think Rialto is currently in the live comp rotation, so who knows what's going on there?
True. Isn't it like a crazy lighting bug or something that's like just making it super bright?
No, I just think that's how the map is.
Oh, okay.
They don't like our eyes.
Sorry, as a gamer, I'm unaccustomed to clear skies and daylight. But yeah, so Platinum Giants, Wisex is on tour. How we feel
I don't
about
believe that's happening. I don't believe Wisex would wait for so long simply to play Tor. There you go. He's on the character.
So the one difference between these two comps, the flex supports, what does that mean practically, Mara?
Well, I think that Platinum Giants have to play way faster, and Catalyst just want to try and extend fights. Like, Catalyst is just going to be playing to get Kiriko in their backline with Wisex, with W, I suppose, or Orbi, I believe, actually. Going to be playing very fast here.
And Jordan.
Early.
Yeah. That's Navino went under a lot of pressure super early in that, and Jordan is just going to be steaming ahead, cranking away on the Zarya. 3 kills already. I mean, this is talk about a statement first fight. I mean, 40% to grab on what was in essence like 10, maybe 15 second fight. Getting cart pushed the whole time. Going to be able to slow them down a lot on their re-entry here. You're already high charged, burning up past 50%, steaming towards your grab already. Jordan, what an opening here for the Zarya of Platinum Giants. Catalyst is already being forced basically back into their spawn. Dubby also doing such a great job at following up on the pressure of Jordan. Wisex though will go down. Navino cleans it up, but he'll fall in response. Jordan has just not let up at all. Platinum Giants are stuffing every single hole that Catalyst try to open. There's currently no way in, really. They're getting some card contest, but the grab already more than 50% ahead of Navino as Jordan just drops into the backline, shreds up Shadowcaster. Eastus falls as well. This is already starting to steamroll out of control as Platinum Giants are going to be able to push that straight up and get the butt scratch and those forward spawns.
Okay.
What the hell just happened?
They're just going so much faster than them right now. Like, we talked about it last match with how important tempo is, like push maps. But they're playing so fast with the Sojourn and with the Kiriko, like especially just going in and dealing so much damage to Navino. He's just dying every fight. He's dying first. A tank shouldn't be dying first. He's touching the spawn door, man.
It's a combination of like the Sojourn really being unable to find any footing while Dubby is just getting so much free damage directly onto Navino, forcing out those bubbles super early, and Obscure forced to window basically out of spawn just to try to prevent Platinum Giants from pushing the bot across this bridge. Catalyst are going to be looking to take the fight on the left-hand side. Jordan will finally fall. The Reign of Terror halted for the moment. Platinum Giants are actually likely just going to give this up as Dubby will fall as well. The Lucio for the Platinum Giants falling quickly thereafter. Eli falls. And that should be the end of an insane 3 minutes and a 101 meter head start for Platinum Giants.
I mean, it's not unwinnable for the side of Catalyst, though. There's still a good amount of time left here, and they have some pretty solid ultimates here. Grab used early onto Obi just to try and secure a kill, but Beat being forced for Pufa, Blade being invested as well. The ults being used right now are just getting more value for the side of Platinum Giants right now. They're steaming on ahead. They're just walking into them. Navino is getting so much pressure being put on him. And with
Jordan has another grab. Jordan has another grab. Man, this is ridiculous. Platinum Giants are just continuing to force Catalyst further and further back. I mean, this is where we talk about the momentum and its importance on push maps. As the grab comes through in spawn? Are you kidding me, Jordan? Navino comes back onto the Reinhardt in an attempt to maybe duel Jordan a little bit more directly, but the Kitsune Rush is going to come out. Immortality super early onto Navino, taken down by the first damage from the Kiriko. That blade also just going to get kited so well by the supports. Are we looking at a 5-minute or even sub 5-minute completion of a push map here?
It's very possible. Esauce coming out here with the Death Blossom is going to try and, you know, maybe get a bit of a team wipe going.
Navino's so quickly! That was such a quick team, literal 0 to death. Poor Navino. Obscure forced again to window super early and just pressured out so much that he doesn't really get any value from it. Oh, that was, I don't like that one. And that is,
That was a speed run and a half.
Yeah, that was a map. Of all the maps I've ever seen, that was barely one of them. I mean, you can't. The elephant in the room is right here. It was Jordan on the Zarya, making a colossal difference. I mean, got up to that first grab that we're seeing right here before Navino was at 50, man. Like, that's ridiculous.
I had to clean my glasses because I could not believe my eyes. That was
you blink and you miss it, right? Like
tank differential. Like he has shown that he has worth every single cent, I believe, off at least initially off that map.
I'm looking at the stats right now. You see in this, Tommy?
3k damage is above his next highest on his team for Jordan.
And so yeah, 7 elims. Ahead of the rest of his team by 7 elims, and yeah, like you said, 3k damage. That
3k damage above above Catalyst's next best too.
Yeah, this is why they pay him the big bucks. It would seem.
Real.
I mean, we talked about a powerhouse tank matchup, but Jordan just. I mean,
maybe a power plant for a power plant that's providing electricity to an entire community. I think.
Right. You know what? I mean, like we didn't even really see a point where whether or not it was actually Jordan's carry overtaking a differential in the team, just because it was such a dominant performance that the team was never really under any sort of pressure, right? Like there was no. Platinum Giants never really had to respond to anything because Catalysts were just playing at a disadvantage the entire time.
And the only fight that Platinum Giants actually lost was they were perfectly fine with that. They didn't commit any ultimates. They said, okay, we'll just let them take this one. Like, why not? And then it's just gone. Like, they gave them their one. They said, yeah, you can have this fight. Go ahead. We don't want it.
How long was that? How long was that map? Hold on. 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
4.5 minutes. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Is that a record? That's got to be a record.
That's got to be. Put
that in the record books.
Jesus. I cannot think of a map win that was that dominant. Period. Like that's just.
Yawn.
Wow.
That's one to remember. But you know what? We've seen rolls, and then we've seen the next team win the next map. So it's not all over yet. We're going over to Midtown. We'll see. If Catalyst, we'll see. Jordan should be subbed out right now, right? For 4. That's true,
actually. That's true, actually.
That's the rules.
This is where Catalyst needs to maybe take advantage of the situation, gain some momentum. Try to make a nice little comeback here.
Get Navino some confidence back. Like, oh my god, dude, what a as the Farah voice line goes, a locker stuffing, right? Like that was. Yeah, I mean, Catalyst just kind of got shoved into a locker. There was. I mean, literally, they were in their spawn. Wyzix and Jordan were holding the spawn. I'm at a loss for an accurate way of
describing what we just saw.
It was. I mean, that was utter dominance from Platinum Giants.
I'm very interested to see how they keep this up with that tank rotation. That's going to be the critical moment for if this can be a 2-0, or if this can be anything. But for sure, Platinum Giants are kind of solidifying themselves as an early favorite, I believe. Just off of that, that's first impressions matter, right? So
no kidding.
That was a hell of a first impression.
Yeah, that was undeniably an amazing performance from Platinum Giants, and I don't think there's any real other way to cut it, right? Like,
oh no, there just isn't. It's like you can try to say, oh, they did this, but it's like, I got nothing. I got nothing.
It's I mean, like, even if you're like going into the weeds, like going into the the nitpickiest nitpicks, right? And you're saying like,
shovel out.
Oh well, like what about like what Eli and Pufo were doing on the supports? It's like Eli was still ranking in damage on the Kiriko. Pufa's speed was so good at like effectively carting Dubby and Jordan in and out of fights. They were just winning out these like mid-fight skirmishes so much because of that support, right? Like there's no way of like really telling whether or not Platinum Giants was actually tested at all because they just weren't tested on this first map.
I feel like this second map of Midtown is definitely going to be a bit more of a measuring stick for how these teams will be playing a bit more, because like you can't just stick Zarya on this map. Second point, at least you have to at least consider playing D.Va, because second point is just, it's so hard to play Zarya where there's so much high ground that D.Va can contest so much easier. But I mean, if you're really just gonna run it down in the Zarya, more power to it. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, there is. I mean, wait, and Platinum Giant Jordan is still in. I guess
Jordan's
4
on
couldn't make
DPS.
it. Oh, is that
Wait,
true?
no,
I mean, I don't see.
tripping. No, I'm tripping.
No, Jordan's on tank still. I guess 4 was
excuse me.
not available or something for this game. So Catalyst are going to be staring down the same 5 that quickly brushed them under the rug on the previous match, but they still have the potential to, start on a defense, let Eastus and Widowmane really start cooking, get a lot of early pop-offs in for your DPS, and I guess try to mount a momentum-based comeback off of that.
I think at some point you have to consider the fact that Platinum Giants are just playing fast, very, very fast with this Kiriko. And they're just playing so much faster and putting so much pressure onto Navino that he's not able to get nearly as much value as Jordan is getting, just being able to walk at them and just really, like, as soon as that lamp goes down, it's just kind of going to be real hard for you to do much here. And I want to see if the Baptiste gets any better on this defense specifically for the side of Catalyst, but I mean, it's just a wait and see, really.
Yeah, looks like Platinum Giants are going to be taking it up through the train. There's a Dante tweet about this one, I'm pretty sure. However, I mean, Jordan under a lot of early pressure, but the supports are sustaining the Zarya pretty well. Jordan should be getting those bubble rotations back up, and Platinum Giants have secured the high ground basically for free, but that's a nice boop from Stratocaster to force Jordan down onto the low ground, but Navino is still being walked at. Catalyst having to re-engage hard. Jordan, though, caught out without a bubble, will eventually get cut down to size, and this is a nice little first fight win for Catalyst off of a sick boot from Strato, forcing out the bubble from Jordan, and then a nice re-engage on top of that.
First of all, it was a Jake tweet. Second of all, he was completely right.
Jake tweet.
Going through that tunnel is just death. W, or Obi, I suppose, making the switch over to the Sojourn here. Definitely going to be trying to get a lot of pre-fight pressure, maybe get some a pick or at least some substantial damage onto a member of Catalyst to try and set up Jordan better here. Walking to the train car yet again, though.
Here it is. There's so much early damage. Yzek's low, W low as well. Jordan again booped off the high ground. I think that's the Zarya separated from the rest of the team. Yep, and instantly, yep, there Jordan goes. Obscure will fall to Yzek, but the man disadvantage is already so extreme for Platinum Giants that W's gonna be running for the hills.
It's not even like a complex play that Stratocaster is making. He's just booping somebody off the high ground and they're dying. This isn't rocket science. It's okay. Finally, they've recognized the fact that they're going low ground and high ground and just kind of getting owned. The grab though.
Grab. Yeah, the grab. Navino finally outpacing Jordan in that regard. Will net 2 kills. That's no supports available. Yzek's blade in hand will not be going for it, surely. Okay. I started saying that sentence and immediately was filled with a profound dread. But yeah, another fight win for Catalyst. 4 ults online, only having used the grab. This is a very doable hold.
Okay, they're gonna speed low. Oh, wait. Ooh, nope. Okay, they're going lower here. I mean, it just depends on how fast they take this fight. And
that is a...
Yeah.
Wow. Sometimes Speed Boost Death Blossom still hits. I think there was no Immortality Field there from Platinum Giants to really mitigate it. The Bell from Eli just either didn't come through or was too poorly timed to really give Platinum Giants enough time to kite out of there with the Lucio speed. Or what? I don't know. Platinum Giants have 5 ults.
Didn't rush being used early. Ooh.
That's a lot of support ults. That sure is a lot of support ults. The window is going to be coming in, though, and Platinum Giants are getting kind of corralled. Wisex will pop the blade in the backline, chop down Obscure, find a second onto Istus, and is kind of going crazy with the trades here. As the fight breaks down, Platinum Giants swing through, and Wisex on the Genji. Had some nice shots in the previous map, but never really had to make a play, and, well, that's one way to break it.
Are they trying to contest this? With W making the switch over to the Soldier, or... They're kind of posturing for it. I don't know. They're getting
Widowmane goes
right
in.
Now.
Widowmane goes in, eats a headshot on the way in though, and Wisex is just going to be tearing them to shreds with the dash resets. 3 kills for the Genji. Might chase Navino on the way out a little bit as well. Actually, I take that back. It looks like Navino is going to be able to get out with his life. However, Jordan is still actually giving chase. I may have lied a second time. And there the Zarya goes, and that's a crucial stagger that should allow the cart to at least get around this corner here, if not straight up into the underpass.
Okay, so Platinum Giants are still in a very good position ult-wise. Jordan having another grab very soon. Navino not far behind though, but it really is going to come down to whoever can really secure the high ground here and actually get enough early damage. The Zarya taking so much early damage, speaking of, but still getting very close to that grab. A lot of pressure being put on Jordan right now. A lot of members of Platinum Giants falling very low and
nice focus fire.
Yep.
That was some crazy focus fire from Catalyst to instantly pivot off of Jordan the moment they got the Zarya low to pile onto Wisex right away. I mean, obviously netted them that fight, and Eli barely going to be getting out with their life. Platinum Giants forced back into the choke, and Catalyst are hanging on. They're putting up a fight, and 140 on the time bank for Platinum Giants.
Navino having the grab here. Grab being used.
That's that's a big grab for Jordan.
Oh,
the emo forced out as well, and there's so much damage. Yeah.
Did Wisex deflect the grab, or
I mean, Jordan did. I mean, maybe. I didn't. I mean, Navino also could have missed it. I didn't see 2 grabs there, and Jordan threw his into that fight as well. So I don't think that was a deflected grab. Either way, the Kitsune Rush is going to be popped here early to let Jordan just walk into the Catalyst, who haven't fully set back up yet. No picks really netted from it yet, as Wisex will pop the blade and kill Obscure on low health. Navino tries to walk cart, but it doesn't even really matter as Catalyst falls into disarray there. As Platinum Giants with the Kitsune Rush split Navino off from the support and backline so well.
Platinum Giants right now are definitely playing, like, they're playing with the tempo that they gained from finally getting the grasp on first right now. They're still at a very good position right now, having the beat and the visor here, but Catalysts are kind of just stacking up ults right now. As long as they
70 to another grab, by the way. Jordan is 80% to another grab as Catalyst swings around the corner. Istas pops the Death Blossom. She's not going to be getting anything and will actually lose her life for it. Platinum Giants take some damage, but should be able to kite this. Widowmane pops the blade and finds 2 immediately. Strato finds Jordan as well, and Navino should be able to clean this fight up. That was a risky investment, but it worked out off the back of a really nice Dragon Blade from Widowmane.
Finally, they put a stop to the momentum that they built up after capturing first there. But Platinum Giants are still coming into this fight with a very good ultimate economy here. Catalyst, though, if these support ultimates are timed well enough, though, that advantage really doesn't matter here. It just depends on how well or how much value they really get out of this window and this beat upcoming for Jordan's grab, I can only assume.
Jordan just sitting on the side. The grab comes in. That's so many lockdown, and Navino's burning through the beat and the bubble and the immo. That is brutal. Obscure's going to be going down. Istas to follow, having made the switch over to the Sojourn. Not really going to net anything. And Stratocaster flailing around for dear life on point on that frog. And, well, Giants stamp it out.
Ufa still having the beat here, though. Like, it's just not enough with Navino having this grab here. It's going to be very hard for them to really win this fight with how much Platinum Giants have right now behind those support ults. is looking rough for the side of Catalyst
PLG
here.
can also choose to go first with either of their support ults, and Navino is going to fall before even having the opportunity to follow up on the grab. Platinum Giants are just going to be able to pile on the pain on top of that. Catalyst now down to 2 members. Stratocaster, Eco sitting. Widowmane will fall with a nice little headshot from Eli. Navino coming back out on the Diva. Stratocaster is still alive, having just been sitting on point this entire time. Will get taken out by Eli on the Kiriko, who has been putting in absolute work, especially in setting up Jordan. Navino, not long for this world, at least in the mech. Widowmane, low, burned down through the deflect by the high charge. Zarius, obscure, diving out onto point to try to make something happen. Strato as well, soon to follow. It looks like this cap will come through in overtime as Wisex pops the blade just to cap it all off.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a bit closer than the first map, though that's not really saying much, but it definitely feels winnable, like, I suppose, for the side of Catalyst here. I mean, it all depends on how they can start off their attack here, though. It's, you know, it's always like getting past the hump of a first hybrid map is definitely very important for setting tempo for the rest of the round for you. I mean, I still think this is not a terrible scenario. Or okay, there's a pause coming in.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this isn't worst case scenario for Catalyst. Anything at all is a significant improvement over what that last map was. Platinum Giants, though, still in a pretty commanding hold of the series, I would say, so far. Catalyst definitely on the back foot when it comes to responses.
Yeah, I completely agree. Especially after, like it was a little rough whenever you see them go through that tube multiple times. That you hate to see it. You really do hate to see any fight going on in that tube. After that, they just kind of worked out for them. They used their momentum. They used their ultimates well, and it was looking a bit scary there. But Catalyst able to, before Catalyst was able, use those ults, they were playing really well. I thought they were going to be able to full hold there for a bit. It was looking very likely, but 5 ults is a lot to beat. So
just outright, it is a gargantuan ask. One could even say it's a giant ask to overtake. Yeah, I mean we have the stats here. Istas specifically, 10 deaths, most on the team, and I think that's just sort of demarking how Catalyst have been responding to this like mountainous damage that Jordan has been putting out onto Navino specifically. They're pumping so many resources into Navino that giving Wisex and Jordan the opportunity to sort of pivot that focus fire onto Istas and Widowmane.
So what's very interesting about these stats too is like Navino had the lead for a pretty considerable amount of time there before the end of this round, and Jordan just shot right past him and like is like 2K ahead of him now, right? So just like that just goes to show that they, after that got over the hump, Platinum Giants, lights out for them.
It's not first map all over again.
No,
but it's not reminiscent of it.
Yeah.
Where as soon as they start going, they just do not stop. Right. Once that snowball starts rolling, I mean, we can see it in practice so much here for Platinum Giants.
I mean, like, a lot of that was just how much I'm really like it kind of comes down to simply how well the Platinum Giants were using their ults there. It was a lot of the time they were just with how Catalyst was using their ults, a lot of the time they were just putting themselves in corners like, oh yeah, Catalyst or Platinum Giants rather can just walk in with like their 3-4 ults. Like Catalyst was able to hold on to some fights barely just by using like three ults, which is not great, especially when you're coming into a team that is very much using their ultimates very well right now, I suppose. I'm trying to do some analysis, but a lot of times it's just the tempo and the ultimate usage was a bit better for Platinum Giants there.
It's like Navino's under so much pressure to like get that Graviton Surge out and like try and go first, but then you saw like at the end of that point at the very end there, you saw he showed it out and it just dies. Can't follow up on his own grav. Just the bubbles getting forced out. He doesn't have them to follow up. He doesn't have his team to follow up, and it just, I don't know, just the pressure is immense.
It's a house of cards, and they just keep collapsing over and over. So Solomon making a statement in the production chat and then immediately lying to us.
Standard.
So, yeah, expected really. Come on, man. Pick it up. I'm just kidding. Love you, Solomon. Please let me back on broadcast in the future. So I think we're coming out of the pause. Are we actually coming out of the pause?
Maybe.
Is that another lie by Big Solomon?
Another lie by Big Solomon. When will the lies end? When will the paper trail end for all these lies that he's telling us? Not paper trail, I suppose, but
We're
alright,
back.
we're back in here. Finally. Finally, that was like 3 minutes at most, but I just stylistically, I don't know if this Baptiste is really doing it for Catalyst right now. I think with how well Eli is playing this Kiriko, they're playing so much faster. And like in the fights where Obscure can live and pump out heals and pump out damage, like it's good, but with the pace of Platinum Giants right now is blazing. It's extremely fast, and the Kiriko is helping them so much by being able to just put more pressure onto Navino with the headshots, with the bells, to be able to actually like just deal like a lot of damage for essentially free, having to use bubble. It's so good, but no changes being made here for either side really.
Yeah, W staying on that soldier and Platinum Giants. Oh, okay. For a second I thought Catalyst were falling for the classic blunder of walking up into the train. However, they are just going to be going right around that far side. We'll be eating a good bit of spam damage from Jordan and Eli on the way in, but are going to slowly rotate up to that high ground, deny a lot of map space from Platinum Giants, which is actually a very nice and sound way of scaling onto this point. Jordan's going to be forced to use a bubble early, and Strato is going to catch W in all the chaos. But Lucio getting involved for what feels like the first time in this series. However, just as quickly, Bufa will find the opposing Genji. Wisix piles onto the Lucio, and Catalyst starting to fall apart a little bit at the seams here. Obscure has no support, and Navino cranking away on the high charge Zarya will have to win out against Obscure in a big way here, but Istas and Navino holding hands on the point with the Zarya Reaper are going to be able to take that away, and that should be first point given over to Catalyst in a much more efficient fashion than Platinum Giants before them.
That was a very good rotation to be able to just get point control really without having to use any cooldowns other than like a speed boost there. They got in essentially scot-free and were able just to use that lamp as late as they wanted to be able to sustain through everything. Even with Obscure dying in that fight there though, they got so much value in Avina, which so much damage in combination with Isas especially, that now it's a very good position for Catalyst here, just to be able to walk up and say, hey, we have a grab lead finally. Speaking of grab being used.
This is the grab going to be invested. It's exchanged from either side. Jordan pumping in the damage, but it may not be enough. That Baptiste burst healing doing well to keep Catalyst nice and healthy, and Navino's actually going to get the better end of that Zarya duel for the first time. W choosing to invest the visor is going to pick up 2, but again, that high charge Zarya absolutely lethal in those late fights, and Catalyst are going to get this cart through the underpass. Platinum Giants will have the blade and both support ults to respond, but for the first time it feels like Catalyst have something resembling momentum.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Esau's going to be coming in here with Death Blossom, probably going to be used momentarily here just to put more pressure onto the back line. Being used, but she blows up immediately, and the blade being used
Yeah, Platinum Giants have also done really good work at absorbing these aggressive ultimate engages from Catalyst, specifically the Death Blossoms from Istas and those blades from Widowmane on the defense. It's just been brutal, right?
I mean, there's not really a better way to put it, I'd say. The bells are being used so well by Eli that he can just completely negate an ultimate with a cooldown, which is, you know, it's the same thing with Lamp, to be fair, on the side, but it's just so much more efficient. It's
Catalyst swing through onto the high ground, are able to knock Platinum Giants off their perch just a little bit, but still have to make a play happen. Jordan is rapidly approaching that next grab. It looks like the Zarya is the play, however, Stratocaster responds with the beat. Rufa forced to beat in the backline and Widowmane is just gonna slice right through. That, I lost track of the fight in my head a little bit there, but it was a nice beat engage from Catalyst to force Jordan out early, and then, I mean, they just piled on top of it from there.
I don't think Jordan got connected by the beat, and that's. I mean, they recognized that and it was like, oh wait, this Zarya is not over 1,000 health right now. We can kill her very easily.
Wait.
Over 1,000 health, Navino's dead.
That was a fantastic grab from Jordan there, finding the timing perfectly coming off Yzek's respawn. And just like that, Catalysts have been stuffed back out of this very first choke on third point.
Very good game sense play, I guess, from Jordan to recognize, hey, this Zarya is a lot right now, so I mean, landing a solo grab is going to do a lot here, and they completely stop the push. And now they're in a good position to hold this first corner here on third, especially with
skirmishes all over the place. The window nets the pick onto the window, and the grab net the pick onto Jordan. Which, I mean, at this point, if you're Catalyst, you got to be thinking it's kind of worth, because Eastos' Blossom will be coming up. Eli will fall late, having made the switch over to the Ana. Pupa was quick to follow as well. W's being stuffed back into spawn, and Platinum Giants for the time being don't have supports. Catalyst can feel free to take a little space here. And again, Eastos nearing that Death Blossom, gonna have to be the playmaker. Not looking to get slept, not looking to get mitigated by bubbles or a deflect. Something's got to happen here. And it looks like Platinum Giants are going to be the first ones to take the step. The Genji dives in, but is immediately punished by Widowmane, and the Death Blossom, there it is, from Eastos. Denying any sort of value on that aggression, and making sure that Platinum Giants are aware that they maybe overcommitted a little bit there, and now the payload nearing the end. 2 minutes 30 on the time bank. If this cap comes through with no contest. Okay, W will get on, Pufa though falls as well, and Yzek doesn't quite get on in time, and now Catalyst with 2 minutes 30 have a chance to take away this map too.
I mean, Catalyst just came out and they were vicious with the tempo there. There was some very good individual plays from Jordan, put little speed bumps in the way of their push, but at the end of the day, they were just consistently throwing together very solid ult pushes and very solid tempo and using their ults very well just to be able to like consistently put pressure into Platinum Giants. Also, honestly, I thought with that window usage in on third there, they may not actually be able to finish that fight because, you know, being down to support ultimate and all. But they somehow managed to put so much pressure into them that they did a lot with it, even with a bit of an ult over usage, I'd say.
Also, Mara, do you know what this means?
Yeah, I know what it means.
We're going to map 3.
Mm-hmm. Well, not necessarily. We could go.
No, we're going to map 3.
No. We go to map 3, but it doesn't have to be a 2-1.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I mean, either way, this series is going to be decided by a 2-1.
No. It's going to be decided by 2-0 with a draw in the middle.
Oh, okay, that's true. That's true. You could say that.
Oh my god.
Strato does not want to go to the third map. Wait, and the pause is called. Eastos saying y'all aren't going to be ready for this one, and then immediately calling a pause. What a play. Froze
I think we're about to be peeping something, to say the least.
Champ. One thing that I wanna say here, it was so smart from Catalyst there. Like on the rotations especially, that's how they need to come out and do that to try and beat them, because they weren't going to beat them at their own game, it felt like, right? So doing those rotations to try and get themselves into a better position. Great game sense there, great smart play there. For sure. And then another thing is I want to talk about that Kiriko pick that we're not going to see for this like part anymore. Widowmane mouse died.
Oh no.
Plug it in. Yeah, the Kiriko pick, I don't know if I'm that much of a fan of it, but anyway, it's not here anymore.
Okay,
so
well, we're back.
Widowmane must have just either plugged in the mouse or switched it out like a true gamer. Switch your mouse, sends your crosshair at any drop of that. And Catalyst are going to be once again making the same rotation. Platinum Giants seem to be a little bit more aware of it. Eli on the VAP rather to take the mirror head on. This is the first time we've seen Platinum Giants sort of making any stylistic adjustment to what Catalysts are doing, and W's going to get caught out early. The Immortality field is going to be invested, but Navino has such a healthful advantage that he can just sort of swing against Jordan. Eastos takes out the Zarya on the other side, and Widowmane can just sort of cut through now with the Genji. That's map 2.
I've got to say, a bit of a misstep there from W. You don't want to be going into 6 there. It happens, you know, it happens to the best of us.
You don't see the
going into
vision.
map 3 here.
You didn't see the vision.
And with that, officially, we have every single game today has gone to map 3, which is awesome.
Let's go!
Yeah. Map 3 Oasis yet again. You know, look at W go.
I mean,
Reddit, run from it. Map 3 arrives all the same. Somehow.
It's we asked, we prayed, we thought that it would finally come to an end, that this last series would be a mercifully swift execution. But I mean, hey, I can't complain. More maps
Banger
of
after
Overwatch
banger
2.
after banger.
Yeah. And I mean, if Catalyst can keep playing up to the level we saw from them on the last map, this might actually quickly become a really competitive series.
For sure. My only concern there is that we are going back over to Koth. We're going to Oasis, right? So that seems more in line with push. So you have some concerns that we might see a potential repeat of Colosseo,
That's true.
You have there's some worry there, but there's some opportunity for some smart rotations again that you can find, and it can outbrain them in some points, but it's just a lot more difficult than on the standard, you know, push the payload, capture the objective kind of maps.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned in the pause, something that Catalyst really used to leverage this second map win was their ability to sort of manage those rotates on their own terms. And if Platinum Giants does not give them that same space on control, I mean, I'm starting to buy what you're selling here, Tom.
Yeah, bit of a buyer, I'm the dealer in this situation.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what happens with the Kiriko, because I talked about it a little bit, but I don't know. I feel like the Kiriko is kind of like a poor Baptiste right now in some aspects, because you have that, like, the immortality, but Baptiste I feel like is a lot easier to get value out of because it's not as time reliant, and unless you are being heavily pressured and like utilizing your mobility, the damage for the Baptiste is more consistent. It's easier to peel for yourself. You have that self heal with your shift. I felt like the Baptiste got more value, and that's why we saw them both over to it in the very end there.
Yeah,
I think,
I mean,
to some degree you're right, but like with the tempo that they were playing at, I think that it made sense with the Kiriko being able to go in really hard with the Reaper, with the Genji, to be able to put a lot of pressure onto the backline. But I agree that in the sustained fights, especially with how long some of those fights lasted on Midtown, that the Baptiste did get more value overall. But I think on push and control, it theoretically could be a bit better if you're playing fast. But I think
it will be better.
It suffers a bit on control, because obviously on push it's always go, but like on push rather, on control it's there's a bit of waiting where like you aren't always going to be constantly in the back line unless you're positioning very well. That's what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, no, I agree fully. Like on push, Colosseo, no problem. Midtown, some problems, but it could be fixed. And Oasis, it's a bit even. So I'm very excited. I'm gonna see if they're gonna go back to that map like they ended last map, or they're gonna run it down again.
Yeah.
In particular, I think Bab is also very good on Midtown because of how much high ground there is, especially on second. He can just he's from the underpass to the tunnel in 0.2 seconds or whatever, however long it takes for him to charge a jump. He's able to do so much, especially with how much high ground there is on hybrid. It's very good, but I'm like, it could really go either way on control, especially with the maps that we're gonna get, or the maps of the rounds we're gonna get, I suppose.
Yeah. City Center specifically has that big high ground, which could be dangerous, but there's also a lot of room to maneuver around with the teleport of Kiriko, so it goes both ways. Something to watch out.
Speaking of City Center, wait, no way Navino was 45. I don't believe that. This cannot be accurate.
You say that, but when he retires from his 9 to 5 next year.
Oh, I mean, you're right.
But,
speaking of that Baptiste, we are not seeing it for the side of Platinum Giants. Sorry.
It is coming. I was just about to say it. Eli's actually going back over to the Kiriko. And something else that was really nice to see on Midtown was Navino fighting back a little bit. So my earlier take about the tanks, not completely unjustified. Anyways, as we go...
Oh, and we're paused.
I opened my mouth. And
Not escape me,
so
I'm
the
back.
pause. So not only are we still stuck in map 3 limbo, we've also had 3 pauses in the last 2 maps.
Something else now. Keyboard fell out. Keys are gone.
No.
It's Solomon has taken the wheel and is punishing me for my hubris.
There really isn't much analysis to be done in that first fight, considering it hadn't started yet. Jordan was taking off
true.
angle.
So true.
So that's notable, I suppose. Maybe he's gonna go into the back line. Get a bit of a pinch with the rest of his DPS being a bit more mobile. With W making the switch over to Sojourn instead of the Reaper. I think I'm cutting out a bit here. That's fine. Maybe that's gonna happen. But like, City Center, it could go either way. Like we were discussing earlier with the Baptiste versus the Kiriko. It just depends on the tempo of these fights being taken by Platinum Giants.
If I'm not mistaken, Catalyst is taking this high ground control, right? That's what it looked like?
I believe
The very
so,
beginning
yeah.
there? So that's if Bap just chills up there, you could be in a bit of danger. You play that side of the point. Dangerous.
Alright, well, we're back in. Yeah, Catalyst, as you said, taking the high ground here, but actually, no, they're realizing,
They
hey, we
drop
can
back
actually
point.
just walk at them.
Yeah, I mean, Platinum Giants drop back to point. Catalyst walk right down to meet them, and Hoofa disappears. W super low on HP, cleaned up by the dash. That's going to be a reset for the Genji, and speaking of a reset, that's what Platinum Giants are going to be doing right about now.
And this is where I'm like, okay, they're taking tempo with the Baptiste. It's very hard for this Kiriko to get value, especially with the pace that that Catalyst are now playing at. They've recognized, hey, if we play faster than the fast Zoomy support, maybe it's a bit harder for them to get value here. And they recognize, hey, we don't have to play for this high ground. We walk at them, and they can't really win sustained fights with the Kiriko.
W cranking away on the Sojourn will blow up Eastas by throwing that right click into a crowd of 5. Platinum Giants instantly responding into that fight. I mean, that's gonna be upsetting if you're Catalyst, especially if you're Eastas, who just sort of disappeared as like the Sojourn just chose to look at your entire team.
Okay. Jordan, kind of having a very big lead in the grab here, though, could really just end this. Like start this map off with a bang here. Grab being used momentarily, I would assume, after they approach
There
that
it
corner.
is. That's the Immo invested. Strato's not close enough to the beat to really make anything happen with it. Wisex tosses the blade in the back line as well, and I mean, Platinum Giants just blow that fight up with a grab blade.
Okay, they've now taken the tempo. They recognized, hey, we can play faster than the funny Vap guy. And they're now playing a lot faster. But the ults coming in here from Catalyst are going to be crucial with this grab being set up here. Wisex, you're the Genji guy. I'd like to see a deflected grab here, baby. That'd be awesome.
And there is no such thing. I respect the attempt at calling it, though. The Kitsune rush is going to be invested. Jordan finds the opposing number Navino, and that leaves so much space for the high charge Zarya to cook. W as well, popping the overclock, flipping Obscure out of the sky. Second support as well. Nice little
Those are
10-player
some
kill streak for the
nasty
Sojourn.
flicks
Yeah.
onto the supports there. That Kitsune rush did so much to enable Jordan to just absolutely melt Navino there. That double attack speed really matters when the ticks are happening at double the speed and your high charge Zarya. Jordan having another grab here momentarily as well.
It's just flies into the backline with the Lucio speed boost, cutting down 3 in the blink of an eye. And Catalyst topple the Giants as they build up past 85% and take a desperately needed fight win on this final map.
But looking at these ultimates coming in from Platinum Giants, having to be in the grab, crucially, this is not a hard scenario for Catalyst to lose here.
Eli picks off Obscure as he peeks out from around the choke. Strato falls as well, and Platinum Giants, again, every single fight they lose seems to just convert into 3 more they win. Catalyst barely eking over 60. Widow main threw in their 1 ult in the blade there. Navino's going to be making the switch over to the D.Va. But will it even be enough? They've got no time to really stage any sort of real recontest, and that boop might actually just seal it. Istas gonna have to try desperately to get back on the point here. Strato ends up being the one throwing the touch. Vino with no boosters is gonna be burned down so much by that high charge Zarya. Obscure can't quite get an angle fast enough. Istas tries to make something happen with the Reaper Hellfire shotguns, but Wisex with the blade chops through one, finds the second. Genji goes down. Second dash reset comes through onto Navino, and that's just gonna be the first round.
They just played the ulti game way better there at the end. Getting that one fight where they lost with the grab, it was just round ending, honestly. It was so hard for them to win from that position, not having any real advantages there. Having the beat and the grab going into that last fight, it was just lights out, honestly. Like, no matter what you do, unless you monumentally, like, make a blunder, it's not going to be very hard for you to win. I think I cut out, say, with that fight at the end there.
No, I heard you to the end of your sentence, at least. I mean, yeah, it's just it's gonna be more of the same for both teams, right? Catalyst put up a really good fight in that last round. It definitely can. We know they can convert these fights. They just have to not let Platinum Giant's momentum spiral out of control again. And rotating around onto this first fight of University, Navino actually closes the gap much more quickly than Jordan. He's taken down low and forced to use up those bubbles really early. Navino will take a bunch of poke in response, but Platinum Giants can't quite yet respond as Ufa maybe overextends a little bit, jumping into the backline, forcing his team right back around the corner. W on the Reaper though, finding some purchase. Istas falls, and Obscure is getting singled out here. That's the Baptiste out of the picture. Navino taken down as well, and now Jordan is total free reign and control of the point. Platinum Giants win out the first fight again.
I mean, it seems like they're playing a lot faster there. Even though they sort of lost positioning there, they were able to maneuver around them enough to get the early pick onto Istas on the Reaper. And it's very hard for you to win these close range fights when you don't have a lot of damage.
Eli's also coming up on a super early Kitsune rush, which they can just use to kite back around the corner. The grab also thrown in. That's the Immortality Field out of the picture. And Catalyst can be dismissed here, but the DPS from them come back up huge. Istas and Widowmane combining for 4 kills in that fight, and that's a team kill.
That was
literally nothing.
That was a great economy fight for the side of Catalyst. They're only using a window grab from Jordan. It's going to put them so much further ahead in the economy here. It's going to be so hard for Platinum Giants to come back into at least this next fight here. The grab being used on Jordan so early,
there it is.
And
Jordan just gets instantly blown up. This Catalyst comp has so much more agency in following up on these grabs as opposed to the Platinum Giants comp. But that's why the Platinum Giants have been relying so much on this momentum, right? Catalyst now 3 ults in hand to Platinum Giants 4. Widowmane came up huge 2 fights ago, is going to have to come up with something monumental on this blade as the Kitsune rush does come in. Blade popped, the Bell forced out, and W just dumps the Blossom in on top of it, netting 3 as Catalyst hard overcommit in an attempt to burst through the Kiriko ult and the Bell as well. And that just another collapse mid-fight from Catalyst.
Platinum Giants, like, very crucially, maintaining their beat. Pufa having this beat is going to be such a big fight turner for anything that Catalyst is wanting to do here. Istas having this Death Blossom might just get completely counteracted here, depending on how it's used. And yep.
There we go. Yeah, the Blossom is thrown in. The beat forced out. Jordan is low, but is rapidly approaching this grab, and Wisex finds his opposing number in Widowmane. The grab will come through, that pins down Istas and actually accidentally prevents the Reaper from protecting any of the supports. Obscure and Navino fall, and Strato's running for the hills. Istas hot on his heels.
Now, again, the support also usage from Platinum Giants has been excellent this round especially. Eli is coming back up on another Kitsune rush, which might just close out the map and the match here, depending on how well it's used. Blade.
Those are bubbles. Forced out of the picture early. Pufa not able to take full advantage of that protection from the Zarya. Obscure finds 2 extremely important kills. Jordan cleans up Obscure, but it's such a disadvantaged fight for the Zarya on point. 99% is reached, but Catalyst do manage the flip at last. Grab now available for Catalyst on top of it means they might actually be able to convert this a little bit further.
I mean, it just depends on how this Kitsune Rush is used. Wisex very crucially coming up on this blade here could just turn the fight entirely on its head depending on how fast he can build it up. With the blade and the Kitsune Rush, it's so good, but just converting it...
Grab goes in super early. Grab comes in super early, and that's 3 kills in quick succession given over. Widowmane actually coming in on, I believe, lapping Wisex on this blade, having gotten, I think, at least 40% off of that crab alone, and 80% and counting. Jordan might just not be close enough to the grab to make it stick, assuming that Catalyst don't feed him enough Zarya charge to make this work. The aggressive beat in from Stratocaster. There's no response available for Kufa. Wisex does pop the blade, but will get taken down swiftly by Obscure. Catalyst try to respond to the fight over on point, but Platinum Giants! Dubby comes through with the Death Blossom for 2, and that's just going to be the series over in the blink of an eye. What looked so doable for Catalyst is just going to get quashed under the heel of Jordan and Dubby.
I mean, at the end of the day there, it was definitely just how the first fight started, where they lost so early that the ult advantage was kind of just so impactful. Like I don't have much more analysis to say. These comps are very reliant on how ults are used here, and like it's just so many of these fights were turned purely just by so many of these rounds rather was turned by how well ults were used from both sides, and at the end of the day, the eco was just slightly better for the side of Platinum Giants, eked them out the win there. I mean, Oasis was pretty close, but at the end of the day, they couldn't convert it.
No, and again, we've been gassing Jordan all match, but I want to highlight here, Wizex and Obi had a really good map. I felt like pretty, not surprisingly, but a little better than the rest of their series. I feel like.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was clear as the series went on, not only how reliant this team is on Jordan for success, but also how they can just as easily fall back on Obi and Wizex. Right? Like, I mean, obviously that Blossom from Obi sealed out the series. Wizex was going crazy on the Genji throughout the entire thing. But, you know,
had to be.
Is this surprising?
Nobody is surprised.
Anyone? It's Jordan as our player of the match. The Zarya. I mean, we did see enough signs of life from Navino that I don't feel ashamed at all in calling him still like definitely one of the upper half tanks in this league. But I mean, with the numbers Jordan was putting up, much like his namesake, he was hooping. He was hooping.
Straight balling, no doubt.
That first push map really just kind of put the fear of God in them, I'd say. Like even just with that first map, you could justify Jordan being the MVP. I would argue, like, with how dominant that first map is, even if they somehow lost the series, Jordan still would have a very good argument of being just so incredibly valuable on that first. It was just so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was a joy of a series to watch, and what a display of dominance from Platinum Giants to open their BPL Season 4 V-League reign of terror.
Yeah, for sure.
Hi, hello.
Whoa! Whoa!
There's more people.
Solomon
British
jump scare.
British
jump scare.
We really have gone to Britain. Alright. What do you have to say for yourselves?
Well, just having a look at the rest of these highlights, Jordan gets the player of the match, the first one for his team, because he kind of out-damaged everyone on every single map, even the map he lost.
Wow.
So
iTest wouldn't have said that. iTest wouldn't have sold that one.
Well, that's because we have stats. And actually, it's so much easier because I just sit in and hold tab the entire game. Because something heavy. Yeah, this final Reaper ult into the win. That's the 2-1, and they go top of the group, obviously, because they're the only teams in the group that are plays. Who would have thought? Number 1, Catalyst, last place, unlucky.
Group's overthrown in it.
Actually, Brad already called this match result, because if we look at the schedule...
Yeah, every team on the left was winning 2-1.
No.
The script is too predictable.
Yeah. So, interesting one, that.
Hey,
but there you go.
Matches.
That's a real full day of matches.
Mhm.
So there we go. That's today's schedule.
I think Frontier Midtown was the only series where it didn't alternate. It went Frontier won the first map and then it was 2 the other way. All the others were the team that won the whole series won the first and the third.
Yeah, whatever you say. I agree with you. But we just want to come up and say, season 4, it's really here, huh? We've done it. First day of season 4, and it's gone pretty well. Some long matches, and we're up to about 5 hours now, almost. Not quite though. We've actually stayed fairly on schedule, so that's kind of crazy. I'm trying to show you tomorrow's schedule, but it just will not show.
Rare occurrence. Not often seen on schedule BPL stream.
I know, right? Can you imagine? Tomorrow we do it all again. We start at 6 o'clock. Here is your schedule. Claymore Incursion, of course, this is everyone's first matches as well. Claymore Incursion versus Inferno, Slasher Films versus Mechanical Brain. Those are both A-League matches, I think. Interrogators versus Umphy Academy and Nox Pyromaniac. I think most of those are all the same
Isn't
A-League.
there another game?
You're right, actually, because that also has a C-League team in it. That one. Oh my god, there's so many. There's so many matches. There's so many matches happening. So
there's 6 ones. There you go.
There's so many matches happening. So Interrogators Umphy Academy is a C-League match, and Nuclear Draw This is also a C-League match. And so they'll be on the BPL 2 stream tomorrow. But on the main stream tomorrow, we won't have them. We'll have Meow, Militia, and Old School But Cool to round out the day. So 6 matches, 2 streams tomorrow. We'll also be helping out with the Nata stream, who are doing their first Overwatch 2 tournament as well. Which is kind of a lie because everyone's done the tournament beta, but you know. But yeah, big thanks to everyone who's helped out so far today. I've had like different staff every single match. We've been going in and out, but it's gotten off to a good start and some really good matches. Yeah, I hope you like the new things. We've got some more stuff we're doing tomorrow. Predictions. We have predictions on an automatic button. Dude, me and Zeus have been working on this. We've been cooking. It's been great, but I still forget to press the button, so don't worry.
Human error can only, take you. AI can only take you so far. Sometimes you just gotta hit a button.
Sometimes you gotta press a button, and if you don't hit the button, then it doesn't happen. So, anyway.
Lucky.
By the way, that is it for us tonight. Congratulations to the Midtown Jets, Ice Cream Parlor, Meow Marauders, and Platinum Giants for taking the first win of the season. We'll be back tomorrow with even more action. Very excited. Anything else you want to say, Brad?
It's gonna be even more hype tomorrow.
It is.
Let's
It's gonna be
get it.
sick. See you all tomorrow.
Bye.
It's just a lot of playing pretend, and I wanna do more than talk. I guess that you can call us friends, but that's not what I want at all. Get into the space I'm in. I wanna do more than talk. I'm not feeling conversational. I don't really wanna play it cool. Take this to another level. More than talk. Go ahead and make it feel comfortable. So you think you really want it, as long as you take this to another level. Staring at the edge of your shirt, wondering who will make the move first, making me forget I've been hurt. I've never been so bold or reckless. Now we're running out of us. And I wanna do more than talk. Nothing like a crazy risk to give me what I really want. Get into the space I'm in. I wanna do more than talk. I'm really gonna play it cool. So take this to